Hello, chat. Thank you for joining Trial TV Live. I'm the Squeegee of Justice. Appreciate you guys joining me. Going to do an audio check, make sure everything's cool. All right, we're having major issues with our internet Comcast, you guys. So it's going to be a bumpy ride, so just bear with us. Okay, we know you're having problems. We know things are going wrong with internet. Please just bear with us. If you get kicked out, just come back in. Okay, if you don't want to watch, don't watch. Just don't post in the chat. Okay, thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Good morning.
I hope you enjoyed your chicken biscuits this morning. I got them a little early, and I didn't realize that they might be somewhat cold by the time you were served, but a cold chicken biscuit is better than none, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, you're very welcome. Thank you very much for your service, and thank you for being here promptly. The weather is not cooperating. It's freezing cold out there, and you folks are great to be here when you're supposed to. You're very patient and very cooperative. I need to explain to you, we don't have Mr. Selden here this morning. He was stricken with a minor illness yesterday evening. He's going to be okay, but he's indisposed right now. He will not be here this morning. He may be able to join us this afternoon if he feels better, and hopefully he will be here tomorrow. So we will miss him, but just put that out of your mind and don't consider his absence at all in terms of the case. And Mr. Victor will certainly take the lead and proceed on behalf of the defendant. All right. We yesterday evening learned that the state had rested their case, and as I explained to you, they completed the presentation of the state's evidence. Now it is the defense turn to present whatever evidence they would care to proceed with. We will start without further ado with the defense case, and I will ask Mr. Victor to please call his first witness.
The defense will call Brianna Hawley.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Okay.
All right, if you'll kind of pull that microphone up close, please.
Okay.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Victor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hawley, would you please state your name for the record, please?
It is Brianna Michelle Hawley.
What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a registered nurse.
Okay. Let me, without any further ado, invite your attention to about 2016 or 2017. What was your profession at that time?
I was a school nurse. I done PRN. I worked at the Beckley VA Medical Center full time, but I did do PRN as a school nurse for Raleigh County schools.
Okay. Do you know Jennifer Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know her husband, Christopher Davis?
I know who he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they had a child, they have a child by, I will just use the initials, GD. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. That child was attending school where you were a nurse, right?
Correct.
Was this child afflicted with any type of medical problems?
Yes, sir.
What was this child afflicted with?
He had diabetes.
Okay. Type 1?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Since you were a nurse, it's a pretty serious condition.
Very much so.
Does that require, what does it require, the treatment of it or maintenance of it?
So this particular child had an insulin pump to where you can program and it would automatically give insulin. And to the best of my knowledge at that time, he had a continuous glucose monitor, which is also called a CGM.
Okay.
So as a nurse, I would, monitor, provide insulin based off what he ate, and just monitor his care based off his blood sugar.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Natalie Cochran?
And Natalie is my husband's first cousin.
Oh, okay. Was there a time when Ms. Davis asked you, or at least advised you, what to do in case of any problems with her child's diabetes?
Yes, sir. In case that I could never get a hold of Jennifer or Chris, then Natalie could be a backup for any questions, concerns, or anything like that.
Natalie Cochran.
Natalie Cochran, yes, sir.
And would she be? Why was she selected to be the backup plan for the Davises?
My understanding is because they were friends, and Natalie helped Jennifer during his time of his new diagnosis because she better understood it, and she was, helped with the plan of care.
Could she administer the medication to this child?
I mean, I'm sure she could. It was through an insulin pump. It was not a syringe, but I'm sure she could have.
Okay. So she was the person empowered by, at least selected by the Davises to be a person who would treat this child or help this child in moment of need as far as his diabetes.
So, I mean, as far as my understanding, yes. It's been so many years ago, I don't know if there is paperwork, but that was my understanding with Jennifer, that Natalie could be a backup.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
All right, cross-examination.
State has no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Victor.
I will call Nicole Cochran.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may have a seat right there.
Would you state your name for the record?
Nicole Cochran.
Ms. Cochran, you have to speak up.
Nicole Cochran.
Louder.
Nicole Cochran.
If you could, just scoot up a little bit closer to the mic, and that'll help.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes.
How do you
Yes.
know her?
She's my mother.
She's your mother. So you've known her all your life, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to invite your attention to, let's say year 2017, somewhere around that area. Who lived in your house at that time?
My mother, my father, myself, and my brother.
Okay. Who is your father?
Michael Cochran.
No. And I just want you to use the initials only. Who is your brother?
M.A.C.
Okay. Amazing. How old is he?
He's 17.
So, about 5 or 6 years ago, he would have been what? 12, 13?
Yes.
What was your mother's job?
She was a pharmacist.
Okay. Where did she work?
She worked at Access Health.
Okay. Was there a time when she quit being a pharmacist?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the year?
I believe somewhere between 2016 and 2017, I was in middle school.
Okay. What did your father do for a living?
He worked with technology.
What does that mean?
I'm not entirely sure.
He worked with computers?
Yes.
Okay. What was what was the purpose of working with the computers? Do you know? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did your mother and your father ever establish any business?
Yes.
What type of business or businesses did they have in 2016, 17, 18? Do you know?
Technology Management Solutions and Tactical Solutions Group.
Okay. The first business, what did it deal with? Do you know?
It was a form of federal contracts, I believe, that my father would do for technology purposes.
That your father would do, you said?
Yes.
Okay. What type of contracts are we talking about?
I believe they were federal and state.
Okay. What were they doing in plain terms? Buying, selling, what were they doing?
To my knowledge, they were buying technology and reselling them, I believe. But
And
I'm
what?
not-
Speak up.
Sorry, I believe that they were buying technology and like reselling them through bids for the government, but I'm not entirely sure on the specifics.
Okay. Did you ever witness your father prepare any contracts?
I never saw them, but I always saw him working on his computer, and he would say that that's what he was doing,
Say that he was doing what?
that he was filling out contracts.
Okay. Did your mother do that?
No.
Did your father ever talk to you about his job or his work?
All he would say is that he was doing contracts with the government, but he would never go into too many specifics with me.
Okay. Did you have a nice lifestyle in 2016, 17, 18?
Yes.
Tell us about your lifestyle at that time.
I would say that we were pretty wealthy. In that time frame, my father had just gotten a new car,
Okay.
and we had some new boats.
Some what?
Some new boats.
Boats?
And there was talk about buying a hangar for a plane.
Whose plane was it?
It was Chris Davis's plane, but I believe my father eventually wanted to have his own.
Okay. How about motorcycles? Your father had some, didn't he?
He always had one motorcycle, but during that time we bought some new ATVs.
Okay, ATVs. How about that 65 Cobra that we heard so much about?
Yes, that was his new car.
That was his new car. How many houses did you guys have?
We had one that we resided in, and then my father had bought and renovated a house for Chris Davis's aunt, and then we were putting an offer in on a new house for ourselves in Flat Top.
Okay. Did your father also buy an office?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in Beckley, close towards the park and the Armory, like down that way.
Was life good at that time? Money was pouring in
Financially, yes.
financially. Did you guys take any exotic trips? No, exotic.
We went to Paris, and
Who is we?
my mother, my father, myself, and my brother, I got asked on a school trip, so
Okay.
they all came as well.
Okay. And whenever you talk about your brother, please use the initials, okay? All right. How long did you spend in Paris?
We were there for 2 weeks, I believe.
Did you spend a lot of money there?
Yes, my dad wanted to shop a lot.
Okay. What did he shop for?
He mostly wanted to go to luxury stores,
Such as
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton. Okay. And did you guys go to Hawaii too?
Yes, but that was when I was in 5th grade, so
Oh, okay.
it was years.
Who paid for that, by the way? I mean, who went? All right, who went to Hawaii?
My mother, my father, myself, and MAC.
Okay. And how long did you stay in Hawaii?
I believe it was a week.
Okay. All right. Did you, in about 2017, 18, 19, did you do some extraordinary things that involved a lot of money?
I would say the new purchases of the cars and the boats and things would be the main circumstances.
Okay. Where was the money coming from? Do you know?
My father always said that it was the contracts, so I just never assumed anything differently.
Okay. I want to ask you something about. Well, did your father ever let you know what was happening on his computer? What he was doing? Was he ever telling you what he was working on, other than the contracts?
No, he only ever referred to them as the federal and state contracts.
Okay. Was he secretive about it?
With me, yes, I would say.
Okay. I want to ask you about your father's health. Was there a time in 2000, well, from the, let's say 2015, 16, when you were in middle school, how was your father doing, health-wise?
He was very agitated and irritated mentally, and he was having a lot of headaches, I would say.
Was he always like that?
No.
No, I'm asking you right now about 2015, 16.
Oh.
Was he normal? Was he abnormal? What?
In that time, he was normal, I would say.
What did he do for fun?
He worked out a lot, and he would participate in like tough man competitions.
He won one, didn't he?
He got 6th place and won at the fair.
Oh. Did he pull a tractor one day or something like that?
He pulled a Hummer, like a military vehicle.
In a competition?
Yes.
Did he win?
No. That was the 6th place.
Oh, that was the 6th place. Did he ever want to be a bodybuilder? Or was he a bodybuilder?
I would say that he considered himself to be, but he never participated in competitions such as that.
Oh, he did. Okay. Did he work out a lot?
Yes.
Did he care about his outward appearance, the physique?
Yes, it mattered a lot to him.
How about the image? Did he care about that a lot?
I believe so.
How so?
He would never leave the house without being fully, perfect, I would say. And he wanted everyone to think that he was perfect in a sense and strong, I would say.
Okay. Are you familiar with his medication taking?
Yes.
What was he taking his medication for?
Most of what he took was for gaining muscle, for working out, supplements and things.
Okay. What type of medication was he taking? Do you know?
I know that he took steroids, and he took many other supplements, but I don't know the names of the supplements.
Well, tell us how he did that daily. Did he do it daily?
Yes, every morning.
Every morning. How did he do that?
He would lay all of his pills out on the counter, and there would be so many of them that they would just sit in a whole circle, and it looked like the size of a dinner plate. And then he would scoop them handfuls at a time into his mouth and use the sink water to drain them down. And then he would take the steroids as well.
How many pills were there, just roughly?
Probably around 40 a day.
And you don't know what they were?
No, I remember a lot of them he got from G&C in the mall.
Okay. Where else did he get them from? Do you know?
He said that he ordered his steroids from Mexico, but I don't know the specifics on the other ones.
He never explained anything else about that Mexico?
No, at first he didn't really want my brother and I to know, but we eventually realized what they were, and he told us.
What were those pills?
They were vials of steroids that he would get from Mexico.
And what would he do with that?
He would take them through a dropper, usually, in the mornings.
Did he ever inject?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you saw him use the medication orally and, he used the dropper, and what did he do with the dropper?
He would just put them he would put them in his mouth.
Okay. So that would be also oral.
Yes.
Oral. In about 2017, did you start noticing any changes in your father's health?
Yes.
What did you notice?
He was very agitated and angry, more so than not, and he was having a lot of headaches.
Back surgery in 2017? Do you remember?
I'm not entirely sure when he had back surgery, but I remember him having it.
Okay. How long did he stay in the hospital for that? Or was it an outpatient?
For the back surgery, I'm not sure.
Okay. Did he like to go to hospitals?
No, he hated them.
What did he tell you about these hospitals?
He considered them to be a waste of his time and that he never wanted to be in one again.
Okay. Was there ever a time that he had to go to the hospital in 2018, if you recall?
Yes.
He went there for one day at the end of October 2018?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know what prompted his going to the place where he apparently hated, such as the hospitals?
The doctors, I believe, thought that he had a brain tumor.
Okay.
I'm not sure what led for him to be there, like the symptoms.
What did he complain about the time when he first went to the hospital in October of 2018?
I believe it was the headaches.
Headaches.
And some dizziness, maybe?
Dizziness. Did he ever lose consciousness?
Not in my presence that I'm aware of.
Do you know of him losing consciousness?
I believe it did happen. He got very dizzy and then just got really out of it.
He came back later that day or the next day, but then he had to go to the hospital on November the 2nd, right?
Yes.
What was wrong with him then?
I believe it was the same thing.
He stayed 5 days in the hospital?
I believe so, yes.
Did you visit him in the hospital?
Yes.
Obviously. What did you observe when you were in the hospital?
He seemed kind of out of it, but he was actually really nice. He said some kind things to my brother and I, because he didn't think he would get another chance to.
Is that what he told you?
He told me that he always appreciated my intelligence, and that he never told me that, but he wanted me to know it now, just in case he never got to say it again.
Did you take it as a farewell to life for him?
I've always considered that to be kind of like my goodbye.
Okay. But he pulled through and he came home, right?
Yes.
And how did he act and behave after he came back to came back home?
He acted like it never took place, but he was still very angry all the time, and he was still having the same symptoms as before.
Headaches?
Yes, and the dizziness.
Dizziness? Did it ever go away?
Not to my knowledge.
In January of 2019, shortly before his death, how did he behave?
He was kind of acting crazy.
All right.
He was very upset and angry all the time.
Okay. Was he forgetful?
Yes.
What would he forget?
Just little things throughout the day, like what he was doing or things like that. The date.
Did he appear to be in any discomfort?
He complained about the headaches a lot, and I believe the irritability was a symptom of his discomfort.
Okay. Did he ever go to sleep and stayed asleep for a long period of time?
He was always asleep before I left for school, and he would sleep in usually.
Okay. Approaching February of 2019, did his condition improve or did it get worse? Or did it stay the same?
I would say as time went by, it continued to worsen.
Tell us how, from your own observations.
As I've mentioned, just how agitated and irritable, and the headaches, they just continued to increase more and more, it seemed like.
Did anybody in your family suggest that he go back to the hospital or a doctor or seek medical help or advice?
Many around him were concerned for him.
And was there a suggestion that he go to the hospital?
I'm not sure, but I remember several people wanted him to stop taking his steroids.
Oh, was he taking steroids at that time?
Yes.
Still a plate full of steroids?
A plate full of the medications and then the vials of the steroids.
Okay. And he was still receiving some of those steroids from Mexico, I take it?
Yes.
And he was taking those vials with the pills?
Yes.
And he still worked out?
Yes, pretty frequently.
Could he work out with all those headaches? And
I believe that he still went to the gym, but I don't know the intensity of the workouts as compared to before.
Okay. Was there a time in February, right before February the 6th, that you believe that he felt the worst?
Yes.
What was the, was there any new condition, or all the conditions that he had so far worsened? What was happening?
They were worsening, and his appetite was continuing to decrease.
So he wouldn't eat?
He would not eat as much as he used to.
Okay. And yet he took the steroids and whatever substances he was using?
Yes.
Anabolics? Was he ever using anabolics? Do you know?
I'm not really sure what anabolics are.
Okay. Do you know any names of the substances that he was using?
No, but I know what they look like.
Okay. Where did he keep those substances?
Above the place on the counter where he would take his medicine, we had 2 cabinets. We had one that was for all of our prescription meds for the family, and his were in there. And then he had a larger cabinet filled with protein powders, supplements, and the boxes of the steroids.
He had his own cabinet?
Yes.
Did anybody have access to that cabinet?
Yes, we could open it, but we knew not to take any of his things.
You couldn't touch any of his things, right?
Yes, unless he told us we could, like for protein powder or something.
Okay. The day before your father collapsed, how did he feel? Do you recall that day?
He was still feeling all the symptoms, the irritability, the headaches, the dizziness, the lack of appetite. But at that point, it just kind of seemed like a normal thing because he had been feeling them for so long.
Was he forgetful more than usual?
Yes, I would say that continued to happen.
What did he forget then? What did he forget?
He
To
would
do things? To what?
Yes, to do things, and he would forget about saying certain things, or I'm trying to remember specifics, sorry.
Okay. The day before your father collapsed was also the day when your mother went to a doctor, right?
Yes.
What was wrong with your mother?
I believe she was sick.
What was she sick with? Do you know?
I think that she was throwing up, if I remember correctly.
That she was doing what? Speak
Sorry.
up.
I think that she was throwing up, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
She wasn't exactly a model of health either, was she?
No.
What was wrong with her?
She had been in, like, cancer. She had had cancer.
Well, did she have any problems with her heart?
Yes.
Was she on some type of device that is attached to her
Yes.
to monitor her heart rate and all of that?
Yes.
She is still on it until today, isn't she?
Yes.
All right. Well, when she had those heart problems, she went to all kinds of doctors, right?
Yes.
And there was a suggestion that she may be afflicted with cancer at one point, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether she went to Cleveland Clinic for that?
Yes. I believe that was the name of it.
Did they reject her for lack of insurance? Do you know?
I wasn't aware.
Okay. Do you know whether she went to Duke?
Yes.
Okay. And she was seeking cancer treatment from Duke? Is that what?
Yes, they believe she had some type of blood cancer, I think.
Were you concerned about it?
Yes.
No, of course you were concerned about it. Well, the day before your father collapsed, she went to a doctor, and what did the doctor do with her? Did he give her any medication? What do you know about that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How was your mother acting the day before your father collapsed? How sick was she, to your knowledge?
I believe she was pretty sick.
Okay. You said she was throwing up?
Yes.
Did she have a fever?
I'm not sure
Did
about.
she stay in bed?
Yes, that wasn't uncommon though with the cancer for her.
All right. She was supposed to fly to Virginia the next day, right? Did you know anything about that?
I can't recall.
Okay. How did she feel the next day when you woke up? How did your mother feel the next day?
I believe she was still pretty sick.
Okay. All right. When you came and you went to school that day, right?
Yes.
And your brother also went to school, right?
Yes.
When you came home, who was at your residence?
My mother and the Hamiltons.
Okay. Anybody else that you recall?
I believe it was just them when I came home, but I'm not entirely sure.
Did anybody else show up later?
Yes.
Who was that?
Mr. Treadway, Chris Davis came, and then my Aunt Penny, I believe.
Okay. All right. And at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the decision was made to do what with your father? Well, let me strike that. Your father was asleep?
Yes.
Did he snore?
Yes.
Okay. That was similar to the first time when he went to the hospital in November, right?
I believe so.
But in November he woke up, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now he's asleep, he's on the couch, right?
Yes.
About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, what time did you get home, by the way?
We rode the bus, so it was probably around 2:45 and 3.
Okay. And around 4 o'clock, it was decided he was going to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was your father a happy man?
No.
When was the happiest that you ever saw him?
When we had money. When he believed he was going to get paid, I would say.
What was Natalie's reaction after Michael passed away?
She was very distraught.
Would it be a fair statement that Natalie loved Michael with all her heart?
Yes.
Right? That's all the questions I have of this witness.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cochran, you've had a very tough last few years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you went from trips to Paris, trips to Hawaii, to having to move out of your house, that has been very hard on you, hasn't it?
Yes.
In 2019, in February 2019, what grade were you in?
8th grade.
8th grade. Okay, and you were how old?
12 or 13.
Okay. Did you always take the bus, or did one of your parents or somebody else take you to school?
Usually my mother would take me to school.
Okay. And then you and your brother would ride the bus home?
It just depended on the day.
So sometimes she would come and pick you up?
Yes.
Is there anybody else that transported you?
Sometimes my babysitters would pick us up from school.
Okay. And what school did your brother go to at that time?
I believe we both went to Shady Middle.
Okay. Squire, have you met with this gentleman right here, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Did he interview you? Did he take, what are you going to say? Did he ask you that?
He asked me about questions during that time.
Okay. Did he record anything from you or write anything down? Information you gave him?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Your Honor, under Rule 612, if the defense has a statement of this witness, we'd like it, please.
All right. Is there a statement, Mr. Victor? Would you confer with your investigator?
No, Your Honor. The only time my investigator talked to this witness was in our office.
Does he have any notes from that? Okay. You're in middle school, and you don't really know what your dad does for a living, but he told you he does something with contracts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom had left her job as a pharmacist how long before your dad started these contracts?
It was after.
Do you know when your mom stopped working as a pharmacist?
I want to say I was in 7th grade, but I'm not entirely sure.
Fair enough. Do you know what your mom made as a pharmacist?
I know she made good money.
To you, that means what?
I believe it was over $80,000 a year.
And she left that job to do what for a living?
My father asked her to leave her job,
To do what?
to stay at home and to assist him, but I never saw her do so.
So she had, as far as you know, she had nothing to do with your dad's businesses. Is that what you're saying?
I never saw her do anything, no.
Okay. And in fairness, you never really saw your dad do anything. He just said to you, I'm working on contracts?
I saw him constantly on his computer and making phone calls.
But you don't know what he was doing?
He told me that they were federal and state contracts.
Okay. And he said, I'm federal and state contracts? What did he say to you?
I am working on contracts.
I am working on contracts. And how many times did he tell you that?
He did it every day,
How many times did he tell you he did that?
anytime I asked.
How many times did you ask him?
Frequently.
Frequently. Okay. So you're intimately involved with your dad's conversations over his contracts. You don't know what he does for a living, but you know about him doing contracts. And your mom had nothing to do with that business as far as you know. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You're in college now?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Concord University.
Okay. What year are you?
It's my second year, but I'm considered a junior.
Okay. Well, your intelligence has been noted, so you're ahead of some of your incoming freshman class. What's your concentration? What's your major?
Accounting and finance.
Do you stress out over finals, or are you just so ahead of the game that that doesn't bother you at all?
I know how to study, so I just make sure I have enough time to do so.
Okay. You know some of your friends that don't take that approach and maybe get a little uneasy around finals time?
My friends are pretty similar to me, I would say.
So you wouldn't know anything about stress of finals or any of that stuff?
I understand stress, but I don't stress over finals usually.
Okay. You understand stress. Would it be fair to say that your dad was acting like a man who was under stress when you answered defense questions about how he was doing and feeling?
I would consider him agitated. Yes.
Agitated. Under stress?
I don't know the cause of the agitation.
Okay, fair enough. You went to school on the date that your dad collapsed at the normal time?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, what would the normal time be?
We would normally get to school around 7:15.
And from your house on 4H Lake Road to the school, how many minutes on a normal day would that be?
Probably 25 with school traffic.
Yeah, that'd actually be pretty good. So you left your house at 10 to 7, something like that? Would that be about the normal time you would do that?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. And on the 6th of February, 2019, which is the date your dad collapsed, your mom took you to school, correct?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Somehow you got there. You don't quite remember. That was a long time ago. But you don't remember when you got there, but you did get to school. Yes?
Yes.
And you returned on the bus, and it's about, you don't specifically remember that day, but it was about 2:45. Is that right?
Likely, yes.
Okay. When you got to your house, where was your dad physically at that time?
He was on the couch.
And your mom was there, and who else was there when you got home from school?
My mother and the Hamiltons.
Both Hamiltons.
John and Stephanie, yes.
Okay. And did they stay for the rest of the evening, or did they leave shortly after you got home?
I believe they were there for a little while, but I'm not entirely sure on the specifics.
Fair enough. Who's Penny Carico?
She's my aunt.
Did you call her that day and say, hey, we need some help?
I don't really remember that.
Okay. At some point, Penny Carico came to your house, correct?
Yes.
This is not designed in any way to embarrass you, but were you present when your dad lost control of his bladder? Or had that already happened by the time you got there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you help change your dad's clothes or anything?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
That's fine. You indicated that about 4 o'clock they took your dad to the hospital. Is that what you remember?
That seems right, yes.
Okay. If there's some information that it was actually a couple hours later than that, would you dispute that?
I wasn't very concerned with the time during that time.
Sure. Did Chris Davis come over to your house before they took your dad to the hospital?
I remember him being there, but I don't remember what time.
Who took care of you and your brother when your folks went to the hospital that day?
I don't remember that day who took us specifically, but I remember while he was in the hospital, we stayed with both of my grandparents on different circumstances and my aunt, I believe.
Same one we were talking about, Ms. Carico?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present at your house when somebody decided we've got to take your dad to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, do you remember who else was in your house besides your mom and dad, you? Were the Hamiltons still there?
I remember many people were there, but I don't remember if they were still there or not.
Okay. You indicated Mr. Treadway was there?
I believe so, yes.
Were you actually present when your dad was taken to a car and they went to the hospital, or had you already left by then?
I think I was present.
Okay. Let's go back briefly to your dad's business, or what you describe as your dad's business. You know what his end of the was, but as far as you know, your mom had nothing to do with it. Is that what you understand?
Yes.
Okay. And so if there were bunches of messages where your mom was telling people, here's what's going on with the business, here's when you're going to get paid, can you invest in this, can you invest, those types of, you would know nothing about that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Could I have just a moment, please, Ron?
Sure.
Who's that? What's your grandma or your mom's name?
Daphne.
What's her last name? I'm
Daphne Jessup.
sorry. Okay. Did she come over to your house that day while you were there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know if your mom communicated with her by phone or text or anything?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So if a message went from your mom to your grandma that said, Nick and I are enjoying a little girl couch time at about 4 o'clock that evening, you wouldn't know anything about that?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember enjoying some girl time with your mom at 4 o'clock on February the 6th, 2019?
We both sat with my father. Yes.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
May confer with counsel.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, redirect Ms. Bickler.
In 2019, how old were you? Just give us some good math.
13, I believe.
On February the 6th, when your father was unconscious, I presume, or sleeping, or has already fell on the ground, were you concerned about who was in the house?
Not really.
Were you concerned about your father?
Yes.
Now, prosecutor asked you about asking your dad about the contracts or what he was doing. Would you agree with me that your father sometimes paid less attention to you than your brother?
Yes.
Would you say that you were perhaps that you were starved for his attention?
Yes.
And you wanted his attention by asking him first what the heck he was doing, right?
Yes.
But he never really took the bait and never really talked to you about anything else other than giving you the answer, I'm working on the contracts, right?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Can I ask one more?
Sure, go ahead.
I should have asked you this before, and I'm sorry, but you indicated that your dad was his happiest when he was getting money. Wouldn't it be when he thought he was going to get some money?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. You indicated that your dad was at his happiest when he was getting some money. Is that what you remember saying?
Yes.
Okay. Was he also happy when he thought he was going to be getting some money?
Yes.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Victor?
For a 13-year-old, did you understand the word investors?
Vaguely, I would say.
Did your father ever use that word, investors?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the investors, if you remember?
He would never say it to me directly, but he would just talk about paying the investors.
Paying the investor.
Yes.
Okay. And even though you're now a future accounting genius, did you understand what he meant by that?
I would say fairly well, yes.
Well, what did you understand by that? Then.
That there were individuals investing in the company and he needed to pay them back.
Okay. Did you ever see any documents that your father would show you? The company documents, the spreadsheets, anything that had to do with income and outlay of money.
I had seen him working on a spreadsheet, but I wasn't told what it was.
Okay. You don't remember the details, what was on those spreadsheets?
No, I wasn't allowed to really see a lot.
Why weren't you allowed to see?
We just didn't get along.
Your father wouldn't let you see what he was working on?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
So far as the state's concerned.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down, Ms. Cochran. You are excused. Members of the jury, this is an opportune time for us to take our mid-morning break, and we will do so. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please refrain from viewing, listening, or watching any accounts of this trial. And we'll break for about 10 or 15 minutes. You may go with the bailiff. Let me inquire of the defense if the next witness might be the juvenile.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I anticipate calling Penny Carico.
All right. Can you alert me so that I can alert the media as to when the juvenile might be called?
Certainly, sir.
And for the benefit of the media folks in the back, we do have a juvenile witness that is slated to testify, and I don't want his face portrayed or shown on camera or on screen. And I don't know whether you have the ability to blur that out or not. If you can, please do that. If you can't do that, please show something else on screen. Audio is okay, but I just don't want his face to be portrayed. Are we squared away on that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
I believe that I will call him after lunch. I believe I'll have enough witnesses prior to lunch. So
it'll be about 1 o'clock.
So that would be the case, and so the media would have enough time to perhaps focus on some other area of the case.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. We'll break for 10 or 15 minutes.
All right, so while they are on our break, we can zoom, but I'll just take this moment to recap. So that was Natalie Cochran, who was the daughter to that was Nicole Cochran, who was the daughter to Natalie and Michael. And I guess we're going to hear from the brother, who is only 17, so we still have to hear from him. We found out that Natalie works at Access Health as a pharmacist. We knew she was a pharmacist, but we didn't know about Access Health. We also knew Dad was into IT, and Nicole says, oh gosh, I'm sorry. Brianna Hawley was first. Okay, so first up was Brianna Hawley. She's an RN. She was a school nurse. She knows Jennifer and Chris, and she knows their child with diabetes. And what they got in for that evidence was that Natalie would be the backup for Jennifer and Chris. So then we got to Natalie. Then we got to Nicole Cochran, who is the daughter. So we found out Natalie worked at Access Health as a pharmacist. Dad was in technology, but she wasn't entirely sure what he did. They talked about TMS and TMG. TMS was the federal contract that her father would do, buying technology and reselling them through bids, but not entirely sure on the specifics. You're going to hear a theme. She said not entirely sure a lot. Did you see your father prep contracts? She said never saw them, but him working on his computer filling out contracts. Did your mother do that? She says no. All he would say is he's doing contracts with the government, but wouldn't go into specifics. They had a nice lifestyle. She would say that they were pretty wealthy. He had some new boats. I think that's the first time we heard about boats. Talked about a hangar for a plane. Now, we knew Chris Davis, who was his friend, was a pilot, and she says that her father wanted to have his own plane as well. And we did hear from Chris Davis that Michael was learning to become a pilot. She talked about ATVs that were bought, 65 Cobra, nice car that her father had just bought. They resided in one house. Father had bought and renovated a house for Chris's aunt. I think that's where the black mold came into play. And they had put a bid on another house. They also had business space. They went to Paris. Nicole went on a school trip, but the other members of the family came, and they were there for about 2 weeks. And Dad wanted to shop a lot. And he mostly wanted to go to luxury stores like Louis Vuitton. Let's see. Do I need to, questions are coming in. Let me just jump on that. Trial Junkies United. The question they never asked the first witness was, did Nat the Bat actually come in and give the young man an injection? That is correct. We know he made his mom come in and give them to them. Yes, she was just the backup, right? She was just the backup. Good point on that. Trial Junkies United. But Brianna Hawley was just the backup. I'm sorry. Yeah. No. Natalie was the backup for Jennifer and Chris. Let's see. Dad wanted to shop a lot when they were in Paris. Louis Vuitton. They also went to high school. They went to Hawaii, but that was she was in 5th grade, so that was before. They only went there for 1 week. Now she says, we'll get to her age later because that's when it comes in. Dad always said money was coming in from the contracts. Dad was secretive about the contracts. Dad was normal in that time. He worked out a lot. He participated in tough man contests. He pulled a military vehicle, and that got him 6th place in that tough man contest. He considered himself a bodybuilder, but he never participated in contests. His outward physique mattered to him. He didn't leave the house without looking perfect. Wanted people to think he was perfect and strong. She was aware of the meds he was taking and that he was taking them for gaining muscle. She said that he took steroids and many other supplements, but doesn't know the names. He took them every morning on a counter. He put them on a counter, she said, and it looked like a dinner plate, and then he would scoop them into his mouth and drink from the tap. Well, yeah, he wouldn't even drink water from a cup. He drank from the tap. She said around 40 pills a day. She said, Nicole said that he got them from the GNC in the mall, but also ordered steroids from Mexico. She said that he had vials of steroids he got from Mexico. He had a dropper, so he never injected. Oh, he had a dropper. Did he ever inject? She said, I'm not sure. So she said she only saw him use the dropper, which he would put in orally, which threw into his mouth. In 2017, she started to notice changes. He was very agitated and angry, more so than not. He started to have headaches, and he wasn't eating as much as he used to. So this is all going for the low blood sugar, right? They're all starting to get the low blood sugar, starting to get that into play here. He had back surgery, but she doesn't remember which year. She said that he hated hospitals. He considered them a waste of his time and didn't want to be in one again. 2018, he went to a hospital because doctors believed he had a brain tumor. And this is the whole black mold thing that we heard about from several of his friends, including Chris. who was working on Chris's aunt's house, renovating. That's, I think, where that came in from. She said he had headaches and he was dizzy. He spent 5 days in the hospital, and she visited. He seemed out of it and was very nice. He didn't think he would have another chance to say nice things. Specifically, he appreciated her intelligence. She considered that my goodbye. I think they showed Natalie at that time, and she was misty-eyed. He started to get forgetful, complained about his headaches a lot. He was asleep when she left for school that day. When he would, I'm sorry, not specifically that day, but just in general, he was asleep when she left for school, and he would sleep in. I'm not sure how she knew he would sleep in if she was gone from the house, but they let that in. He took pills and vials of steroids and worked out regularly. I believed he still went to the gym, but I don't know the severity of the workouts. Pretty sure those were her words, severity of the workouts. February 6th, he felt worse. That's the day in question. His headaches were worsening and his appetite was decreasing. He kept his meds in the cabinet in the kitchen. And this is where Mr. Victor said he had his own cabinet, as if he was surprised at that. But I get it. It's performative. He was very irritable. He had headaches, his lack of appetite the day of. So it seems like Mike was just popping a bunch of pills, a bunch of steroids, and not eating for, weeks. So that's the picture they're painting here. What did he do? What did he forget to do? She said to do things, certain things, trying to remember the specifics, and then just kind of trailed off, so she doesn't remember what he was specifically forgetting to do. Let's see. Before the collapse, Mom went to the doctor. I believe she was sick. She thinks she was throwing up. Mom was not a model of health, and this is where cancer came in, right? I think this is the first time that I remember them talking about cancer. Maybe you guys remember something else, but this is the first time I remember, or I recall them bringing cancer, and that Natalie had cancer. So if Natalie is lying about the cancer, and we don't know yet. I'd like to hear a doctor on her side saying, yes, she had cancer. I had problems with her heart. She has a device attached to her heart to monitor to this day. First time we heard that. She has some type of blood cancer. She went to the Cleveland Clinic and to Duke. How sick was Mom the day before? I believe she was pretty sick and throwing up. Stayed in bed, but that wasn't uncommon for her with the cancer. That day, Nicole went to school, and when she came home around 2:45 or 3. Mom and the Hamiltons were there. The Hamiltons are Jennifer, I believe, right? Yeah, John and Jennifer Davis. So John Hamilton and Stephanie. Dad was asleep and snoring. I believe it was similar to the time he went to the hospital in November, but that time he woke up. So that goes to the defense saying she just let him sleep it off. At 4 o'clock, it was decided it was time to take him to the hospital. Dad was happy when we had money. So when was Dad happy? Dad was happy when we had money, when he believed he was going to get paid. That was interesting, right? Was that a slip up? I'm not quite sure. Why did she say when he believed he was going to get paid? Mom was very distraught when Dad passed away. Mom loved Dad with all her heart. So then Cross came in. Says, you had a very tough last few years. She says, yes. So in 2019, she was in 8th grade, and she was 12 or 13. Mom would take her to school, sometimes would take the bus home, sometimes a babysitter would pick her up. And I thought this was interesting. Did the investigator talk to you? She said yes, and then defense says, Rule 612, defense has a statement we would like to be read, and that just kind of fizzled out. It didn't go anywhere. I think Mr. Victor said the investigator only took notes, and they only met at the office, so that didn't really go anywhere. I would have liked to have seen what she said then. Maybe she said something different. Mom had Mom was a pharmacist, and she left that after Dad started contract work, and that was maybe when she was in the 7th grade, meaning Nicole. Mom made good money as a pharmacist. She says over $80,000 a year. Dad asked Mom to leave her job to stay at home to assist, but never saw her do that. So Nicole never saw her mom actually work on these contracts. She said she saw Dad constantly on the computer and phone, and he would say, I'm working on contracts. And he did it every day. He told me every time I asked, how many times did you ask? She said, frequently. So state was trying to pin her down there, and she just said frequently. She reiterated Mom had nothing to do with contracts. We found out that Nicole is a second year at Concord. Not sure where that is, but she's considered a junior, but she's really only been there 2 years, so she is very smart. Her major is accounting and finance. She says she understands stress, but she doesn't stress over finals. She considered Dad agitated, but didn't know the cause of the agitation. She went to school the day of the collapse at a normal time, which would have been about, well, she got to school around 7:15, so she's not sure when she left. Normal day trip would take 25 minutes. Not entirely sure when we left. Did Mom take you to school that day? Not entirely sure. She kept saying that, not entirely sure. Dad was on the couch when she got home. The Hamiltons and Mom were there for a little while, but not entirely sure about the specifics. She kept saying, not entirely sure. Did you call your aunt? She says she doesn't remember. Now remember, the aunt came over to help change Mike. Penny came to the house at some point. Were you there when Dad lost control of his bladder? She says, I'm not sure. Did you help change your dad's clothes? She says, I'm sorry, I'm not sure. They took Dad to the hospital around 4. She says, that seems about right. Would you dispute there's info it was later? She says, I wasn't concerned with the time. Did Chris Davis come over? I remember him being there, but I don't remember the time. Who took care of you and your brother? She says, I don't remember that day, but she stayed with the grandparents and the aunt. I guess, throughout the course of that. Were you there when someone decided it was time to take Dad to the hospital? She said, yes. Who else was there? She says, many people, don't remember if the Hamiltons were there. I think I was present when they put him in the car. Mom had nothing to do with the business. She just keeps saying Natalie had nothing to do with the business. If there were bunches of messages from your mom you wouldn't know about. If there were bunches of messages from your mom, you wouldn't know about that. And she long pause, and she said yes. Then they talk about Daphne Joseph. That's Natalie's mom. And she's not sure about those messages. And then there was a message, enjoying couch time at 4 o'clock. And then redirect wasn't allowed to see the spreadsheet because we didn't get along. I thought that was pretty significant. She didn't get along with her dad, right? Did you guys pick that up too? That's what I heard. All right, let's get to some questions. Yes, therapist, don't recall. And Fala says, yep, so make sense, young one, right? Mandy Strong, I believe I don't recall. Not a good witness. Trial Junkies United. Things she does remember are interesting. Justice says, I'm sure the Mexican supplements were easy to identify with the writing and in plain view. Curviel says, yeah, this witness was supposed to be on yesterday, so how are they still not prepared? The defense has to do a quick rehearsal. Yeah, Baca, 0 objections. 0 objections. OnlyFans says, Lori Shaver got her daughter to admit shooting her father. Yeah, we didn't watch that trial, but I kind of remember hearing that. I wanted to cover it. I think we were on Sarah Boone, or something was happening. Anyway, but the jury did not believe her. Juries tend to discount the kids to a certain extent. Lee K says, her saying he didn't tell her about his work because they didn't get along, but she knew about all of his supplements. Yeah, so you guys heard that too, that she didn't get along with her father. Dream Landry, in my opinion, her dropping that about her and Dad not getting along helped the state. Helped the state. I think so too, because that's, right? Doesn't that kind of, she's like hostile, if you will. Young Black Economist, that's because the contracts were not real. Therapist, doesn't stress over finals is a step too far. No way. But she said her friends are the same way. Mandy Strong, it's been testified to Michael cared a lot about his image in the community, but tells his daughter he's taking Mexican steroids. Nope, that is a coached lie. Justice says, I don't think she was lying, and she even said she didn't remember if he injected himself. Baca of 3 says she knew what a spreadsheet was at the time. So she knew what a spreadsheet was, but she didn't know anything else. Daughter said her mom wasn't involved in business, but her mom pled guilty and then was also found guilty in federal court. So obviously her mom was involved. Yeah. Trial Junkies United. In the end, all of her testimony is for nothing if her and her father didn't get along. Yep. Curvio says, oh, I just went back and rewatched it, so they want to wait until 1 p.m. for the son because they need a couple hours to coach him. Yeah. Presumably he's at school, I guess. Would he be at school? Young Black Economist, yes, or she thought he liked the boy more, which is probably true. Sure, he loved her too, but maybe he wasn't a girl dad. Shake your head. Fathers, because good fathers be good to your daughters. Because daughters will love like you do. Yeah. Lee K, dad is not going to tell his teenager he does steroids. No way. Yeah, I know. Who knows? I can't talk to that. Who knows? Therapist, what is this? Cough, pull, spit, cough. Mandy Strong, telling the jury she didn't get along with her dad means she will say anything to help her mom. And she kind of put it. It was like towards the end and kind of a slight, right? It wasn't like it was at the very end. Very end. What'd she say? I wasn't allowed to see the spreadsheets, and I think she even paused, and she said, because we didn't get along, Child Junkies United. Every kid thinks their parents like the other kid more. All right, let's get back. We will definitely catch them before the end of the day, so let's get to the next. State's witness number 2, Nicole. I'm sorry, don't know who the next witness is. All right, let's head back. Let's get you back here. Their 10-minute break is definitely more than 10 minutes. All right. They're just showing some court. Oh, here's some. Okay, we'll come in here. All right, so clearly those are her friends, possibly cousins. We were wondering, and I guess that's grandmother, so that must be Natalie's mom, because there's her daughter, and there's the, is that the son, maybe? That doesn't want to be on camera, and yet here they are clearly showing him? Oh, geez. Oy, oy, oy. I hope we don't get in trouble for that, but we saw him before, too. So is that the aunt? Maybe that's the aunt. Is that Natalie's sister? All right. Looks like people are coming back in. Oh, that's a clerk? Okay, thank God. Thank God that's a clerk and not the son. After all that the judge said. I hope that's not the son. Yeah, if he's a witness, he should not even be in the courtroom. I hope that's not the son. Yep, love the hair color. Agreed. So I'm guessing that's grandmother or Natalie's mom, daughter Nicole, and then not sure who the other two are. Maybe that's her aunt with the multicolored hair. You think that's? I think that's her aunt. I think, yeah. One of those is her aunt, cousin. And I'm guessing that's Natalie's mother, I would guess. Yeah, Baca, that's an assistant for Rudy, I think. Son wouldn't be allowed to sit directly behind her on the bench. right, I think Judge is coming back in. I can zoom a little bit. Okay. All right. I'll see you on the other side.
All right, do we have any matters to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Your Honor, based upon our off-the-record discussion in the court's office, the state was under the impression that they were going to try and move Dr. Dragovich's testimony from tomorrow to Monday. That's the
I
state's
didn't want to
understanding?
alert the jury to that fact right away.
That's all.
I did not want a mutiny on our hands.
Well,
So we're going to wait and see what happens. We might have Stanley Selden appear suddenly this afternoon, and he may have different ideas.
thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see what develops. And we still have a lot of witnesses to cover today. We may run over till tomorrow. I've learned never to anticipate. All right, anything else?
That's for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Bring in the jury. All right, we continue with the defendant's case. You may call your next witness, Mr. Victor.
I'd like to call Penny Carico.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat there.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Victor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Penny Lowry.
All right. That's what I was going to ask you. Were you known at some point as Penny Carico?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're one and the same person?
Yes.
Okay. Lowry is your married name, ma'am?
It is.
Okay. I want to ask you whether you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran.
I do.
How do you know Natalie?
I'm her older sister.
Then I presume you know her late husband, or you knew her late husband, Michael Cochran,
Absolutely, yes.
and their children.
Yes.
How well did you know Penny? I mean, Penny, geez. How long did you know Natalie?
Oh, I mean, she's, my whole life. I was 12 years old, I think, when she was born.
Okay. She is Natalie Page, right?
Correct.
And you're Penny. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Did you maintain very close contact with Natalie and her family?
Yes.
12 year old.
Yes.
Did you socialize other than in family settings,
Yes.
what would you do?
They've been on vacation with me before. I mean, we'd do dinners, we'd go to their house, we'd been at the beach, things like that.
Normal family things,
Oh, yes, absolutely.
and then additional vacations, outings,
Yes.
going out. All right.
My daughter went a lot of places with them.
Okay. Let me cut to the chase. Did you know that Michael Cochran was using any substances?
Yes.
What kind of substances was he using?
I don't really know what they were, but he had a lot of things in cabinets and on the counter and stuff. He took stuff. I usually saw him take them in the mornings when I was there.
What was he using those substances for?
To be buffer, or bigger, to be stronger.
Why did he want to be stronger or buffer?
He just wanted to, he fought in tough man contests, and that's just the way he liked to be. But he fought in the tough man contest and things like that.
Did he care about his physical appearance?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And was he trying to be an athlete? Is that what it was?
I don't know so much an athlete as he just wanted to look that way.
How about a bodybuilder?
I don't know if I would call it that. He wanted his body to look that way, but I don't know that he wanted to be a bodybuilder. But he did like fighting, like kickboxing, things like that.
Okay. How long did you observe Michael Cochran take all these substances?
Years. It'd been years since I've known, since they were together.
Have you ever been able to determine what these substances were?
No, sir. I never asked him. I would just say, "Please stop," and he'd just, laugh at me.
How frequently did you observe Michael and these substances?
I've known him. I guess known him since they've been together, since they were in high school. So it was often, but I don't really have an amount of time. But it was several times.
How many pills? Pills were those pills that he was taking?
Pills, and I remember him doing mixing a bunch of stuff to drink and powders and things along those lines.
Did he also inject anything?
I only saw that one time, and they were at the beach with us. And I came out of my bedroom, and he was in the kitchen. And I can remember the kids they were young enough, they slept together on the sofa bed. And I was sitting on their bed, and he was in the kitchen. I saw him do an injection.
Did you ever see him take insulin?
I don't know what he took.
Okay.
I mean, if that was one of the things I wouldn't know. I didn't know the names of any of this stuff.
Okay. Whatever was he telling you about all these substances?
He really never told me anything. I said, you please stop that. You've got to stop that. It's not good for you. And he would always just laugh and, say, oh, you're retarded, Penny. It's okay. Or, and one time I told my nephew, I said, please don't ever do that, what your dad's doing. And he would laugh at me. I mean, he wanted to be strong.
Okay. How many pills at a time?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, you said that he laid out something on.
Yeah, well, he had a whole counter full of stuff in a cabinet, and there was a lot. I don't know how much he took at once, or when I just saw the times that I was there. Usually, when I saw him was in the mornings.
Do you know where these pills came from?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ever see any packages delivered to their house, or?
I've seen packages delivered to their house, but I couldn't tell you what were in them.
You don't know whether these were the pills or any something.
No.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you whether you observe Michael's health over the last, say, 3 years of his life.
Have I observed it?
Have you observed his demeanor, his health, his general appearance?
Yes.
Well, tell the jury about it. Starting, say, in 2017, when he had, I understand he had a back surgery.
a back surgery.
Right.
I don't really recall that. I know that there was a time he got really sick, and we thought it might be mold because he'd worked under the house. They have an older house, and he'd worked in some old houses, and he would tell me that he was just dizzy and felt foggy all the time, or that he just couldn't think. And then the same way I observed him during, when he passed away, he had done that before, and I had seen him in the hospital. He would throw up, and what I thought, I would just be speculating, but I thought it looked more like seizure activity.
Okay. Did you ever see him on these occasions that you mentioned when he went to the hospital? I presume that was in October and November 2018.
I can't remember the dates, but I think so, yes.
And then in February of 2019.
Yes.
Did you ever see him sick on any other occasions?
Not anything that was abnormal. He was sick, or he would say he felt bad, or but typically what I would consider myself sick. He would have days that he would be throwing up or things like that. But the main occasion was that one in October and November.
Did his health improve, or did it get worse?
It got worse.
Tell us about, say, right before he went to the hospital in November of 2018. What did you observe of him?
Just that I really thought something was wrong with their house, because the kids even had like a lot of runny noses and stuff. But he would just say, he couldn't think clear. He wouldn't remember things, and I'd say, "Well, do you remember?" I would say, "I don't know." We'd be talking about something. I'd say, "Well, it's this." He said, "Well, I couldn't think of it," or and I just he just seemed different. He would get angrier, and we just thought he had a lot of mold poisoning.
When he came out of the hospital in November 2018, what was he like? How did he act?
He came through, and he seemed like he was going to be fine. He was like he was before. He was just himself. The same way. He was still foggy, and I told him, I said, "You've got to quit taking this stuff."
Okay, and and what was his response? Retarded Penny? Is that what he said?
No, not that time. He had before. He'd always laugh at me and just say, "Oh, Penny," And he I don't even remember what he said that time, because I'd say it to him a lot. I'd say, "You've got to stop," and I didn't want Ashton, his son, to start that habit of.
Let's use the initials for
Sorry.
The son. Well, did he ever? Well, when he came out of the hospital, did he express his liking or disliking hospitals?
He was mad. He told me, he said, "If you ever do that to me again, if any of you all ever do that to me again," he said, "I will be furious with you. I'll never forgive you." He said, "I do not want to wake up again in a hospital."
Okay. Did you ever observe him work on any contracts or anything in his business? Do you have any knowledge of that?
I knew they did contracts. I didn't see him like sitting at a desk working on them, but we had talked about them some.
Well, what did he tell you about his work?
The conversations that I can remember with him, I remember one time we were at his son's football practice, and I was a principal at a school at a time, and I said, if things keep going well, would you consider donating some, he liked, physical activity. I said, would you consider donating some stuff to my school? And he said, yeah. He said, why don't you do some of these too? He said, there's a lot of educational ones we can help you find, and you can work on them as well. And there were a few times he had signed checks to give to me that when when they owed me money.
Did he ever tell you anything about being a gun dealer?
I don't know that he told me, but I knew they were.
Well, what did he tell you?
I don't know how I knew or if he told me, but I just know they had gotten the license to deal with arms, and then they started that business. Well, they bought a location, and then they started fixing that up for, I think he called it Tactical Solutions.
Did he ever tell you that he sold many guns to the government?
I don't recall if he told me that.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that he dealt with the government?
Yes.
And what do you recall him saying?
Just that they were doing government contracts. That was, I mean, just that's what they were doing now, and that was their, that was their job basically. He just told me that's what they were doing.
Okay. Tell us about. Did you know anything about their financial situation?
What do you mean exactly?
How did they live? Did they live modestly? Did they live in luxury? How did they live?
I would say between modest and luxury. I mean, I wouldn't call it luxurious, but they lived, I felt, better than I did. But, they got to do a lot of things. They had a nice home. They had nice vehicles. I mean, I didn't know their financial status per se. I never asked, but they lived well.
Well, they buying any boats or anything like that? Do you know anything about that?
They were going to. I know I think they looked at a boat or were going to buy a boat. I'm not sure if they ended up doing that, but they were buying some things, yes.
He had plenty of motorcycles, from what I remember.
I remember one motorcycle. I don't know how many he had. And he had a sports car and a truck.
How about did they buy any other properties?
Well, they bought the business. I think it was I call it Eisenhower. They bought a building there. I think they had, best I can remember, they bought a home that they were renting to someone, and then they were looking to buy a house at Flat Top Lake, but I don't think they ever did that.
How about there was some talk about helicopters and hangars. What was that all about?
I don't recall the details, but I just know he was going to, I think they had a hangar, he was going to buy a helicopter, they were looking at it with his friend, best that I can recall. I didn't talk in depth about that. That stuff didn't matter to me.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that they lived really well?
Yes, yeah. So they had more than I had.
Michael was a generous person, wasn't he?
Yes.
He would take people out.
All the time.
He would pay.
There was only one time he ever let us pay. I mean, he always paid for our meals every time. Like I said, he took us out a lot, but they did a lot for my daughter. Like he would take her places with the kids.
Where would he go with them?
Oh, he ate out at Chili's almost every day. Like he took her on they took her to Disney World. He ate out every day, so
And he paid for that?
Yes.
Took your daughter to Disney World?
Well, the family did, yes.
The whole family?
Their family, yes, took my daughter, yes.
And he paid for it?
Yes.
Okay. You know that they went to Paris, France, and they went to Hawaii, they went to other places.
I don't remember Hawaii, but I do remember Paris, yes.
All right. Where else did they go on vacations?
They'd go to the beach a lot.
Which beach?
I just remember Myrtle.
Myrtle.
Yeah. They went with us.
Okay. And who funded that? Who paid for all of that?
Well, at the times that I remember, my family rented a condo in the summer because I'm an educator and I was off at that time, and they would come stay with us. But he paid for lots of our meals and to do things. Okay. That was some time ago. It was when the kids were really little.
Okay. Then. Did Michael have his own medicine cabinet in the house that you remember?
I don't know if it was I call it his own, but it was the cabinet with all of his stuff, and I can remember it kind of being in the corner because I was hunting for a glass, and there was all kinds of stuff in there that was his, and I just knew it was his stuff.
What was Michael's profession as such?
The only thing that I remember him being an IT guy for a little while for Job Force, but that's all I recall.
Well, that's that IT. I hear that IT. What does that mean, really?
I think he helped with their technology if they needed wiring or that was my understanding. I didn't talk to him much about what he did.
What did he do for the businesses that he had with Natalie?
I'm not sure what all he did.
Okay. Now, When you well, in February of 2019, what did Michael look like, and what did he act like? What was his appearance like? Tell us about what you saw.
I mean, just thinking back, I don't know how often I saw him that month or what. I mean, he looked like he had done in the past. Do you mean before the day that he that he passed away? Yeah, he seemed the same as I was used to. He was very angry. And I just remember he wrote me a check that they owed me some money, and he said, "I'm leaving it at the front door." Like he didn't want me to come in or see him. And I don't know. I knew he was just mad because I'd asked for my money.
Was he confused?
I don't know. I couldn't say.
Did he complain of any headaches?
Yes. Yeah, he did. He did a lot. I mean, even way before February.
What did he tell you about his headaches?
Nothing. They just said, he would take aspirin and stuff because he had headaches. But I'm a migraine sufferer. His son is as well, so I didn't think much about anything. He had a headache. And then again, when it got really bad, we thought it was where he was working on this house. And I think he was up underneath it and stuff in the crawl space. We thought maybe mold or something had gone into his lungs causing that.
You've never seen his medical records, have you?
No.
No. And in February, February 6th, you actually went to the Cochran's house?
If that was the day, yes, I did.
Well, Michael supposedly collapsed.
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe?
Well, I got a call. My niece called me around. I was at work and school was out. Like all the kids were gone. She called and said, "Mom needs some help. Can you come over?" And then I went and I helped her get him. He kind of slumped off the couch, and I helped her get him back on. And she was going to clean him up. He had had an accident. Okay. And Nikki went to get his clothes, and I helped her with that. And that was around 4:00.
Who was at the house at that time, from your observation?
Nikki and their son, Natalie, and myself.
Anybody else who came later?
Later that evening, yes.
Who came later?
She called me around. We were on our way to go out and eat, and I was in the car, and she had called and said, "I'm taking him to the hospital. Can you please come get the kids?" And it was dark, but it was February, so I know it was around 6 o'clock or so, because I remember trying to call my mom, and they're always at church. And so I said, "Yeah, I'll come get the kids." And when I went there, I think I was the first one in there, and then Thomas and Lacey Treadway came in. And then the last people in, Chris Davis and his son, followed in after that.
Okay. Were you, at least you, aware of the fact that Michael Cochran didn't want to go to the hospital?
Oh, yeah.
He expressed that view exactly to you? He expressed
everybody, to all of his...
And Natalie was present when he...
Oh, yeah, yes. When the first episode happened, he told all of us, yes.
All right, if I may have a second.
Certainly.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Honor. You work for the Raleigh County Board of Education?
I do.
And in 2019, what was your job?
At that time, I was a principal.
Where?
Shady Spring Elementary.
Okay. And your current position is what?
I'm the assistant superintendent.
Oh, okay. You were an investor in the defendant's company?
I was.
You lose some money?
I did.
About how much did you lose?
She was my sister, so I didn't really keep records. I mean, I didn't consider it more of it was a business deal, but I just thought she could, it would help me out. So, but when everything was said and done, I felt like it was around $50,000.
Okay. Did you ever get any of it back?
Well, that's what I ended up, I think, not having. So, like, I would give some, and I'd get some, give some, and get some, and then when it all ended, I think I was 50,000 around.
50,000 around.
In the
Okay.
hole, yeah.
Do you know how much you put in altogether?
No. Like I said, it was just, I'll go ahead and put me in for this contract, and then I would say, here's some more. I don't really recall. I really don't.
Were you dealings with Michael on these transactions?
Natalie with the money.
Okay. So she controlled all the money for the company, and according to your niece, he was at his computer doing whatever he did with government contracts. But the money side of it was your sister.
He wrote me some checks. Like, he would write them and sign them, but as far as, like, me saying I want to give for this contract, I dealt with her.
Okay. You got a call. The first call you got was from your niece?
Yes.
Saying we need help?
Yes.
That was after school, and you were at Shady Elementary?
Yes.
Okay. Which is how far from the Cochran house, roughly?
Probably about 6 minutes, maybe.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's very close.
And you went the first time to the Cochran house that day by yourself?
I did.
Okay. You indicated that Michael was on the floor. Actually, this may not be fair, but was Michael on the floor in front of the couch or next to a couch?
No, he was on the couch, but he was kind of his leg and arm were off of it, and his head was kind of on the couch part. So I helped her get him up on the couch comfortably, his head on the pillow and his arm, everything up on the couch. And I kind of held a blanket, and Nikki got him some clothes. She cleaned him up. Natalie cleaned him up.
You got me a little bit confused there. Nikki got some clothes, and the defendant cleaned him up?
Yes. So she said, Nikki, run and get him some clean pants. And I kind of held a blanket there, and I held that while she did that.
Okay. So did you participate other than holding the blanket up over Michael?
No, and I really didn't do that. To be honest, the son kept saying, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. He kept aggravating her the whole time. And she said, stop, I'm trying to deal with this. I said, why don't you just let me deal with him? And I don't recall if I took him or if I went, but I think I took him to get food and brought him back.
Okay. Now, before Nikki called you, you had heard from the defendant, correct?
I had.
How did she communicate with you?
She texted me.
And she sent you this picture, correct?
She did.
What was your reaction to seeing that picture for the first time?
She sent it, and she sent a text that said something like, he's sick and won't get up, or something along. I just remember thinking, I know it sounds terrible, but I was really busy. There was kids and stuff all in my office, and I remember thinking, what does she mean he won't get up? And I thought, well, what does she want me to do about it?
Okay. Then by the time Nikki called, that was 2 or 3 hours, 2 hours later?
Oh, more than that, probably.
More than that, because your school had been dismissed for the day.
Yes.
And what time would that be?
It was around 4. I was working at my desk, and she texted me, and I remember, I think my secretary was still there because I said, I've got to go. Natalie needs me, and that's the best I can recall. I remember I was at my desk, and Nikki called me.
When you got to the Cochran house in answer to Nikki's call to you, tell us what you remember about what you saw.
Well, like I said, when I went in, he was on the couch, but he was kind of slumped over it. And I helped her get him on the couch comfortably. He was snoring and making noises, and I thought the same thing I thought the first time I saw him in the hospital in November, whenever that was, that he had had another seizure and that he was going to be coming out of that. So I helped her. He had an accident, so I helped her get him up there, fixed on the couch. And she said, Nikki, go get him some clothes. I kind of put a blanket over him, and then that's all that happened at that time.
Okay. When you saw him in the hospital, was he?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Unless there are direct questions about this exhibit.
I'm sorry.
All right. Now, we need to identify that exhibit for the purpose of the record, please.
It's attached to a text. I cannot tell you off the top of my head. If you give us a moment, we can.
Okay, maybe Ms. Acord can track it down.
Can I go on with the exam?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. you get to the house, you've described what actions you took to help your sister with her distressed husband. But my question to you goes to when he was in the hospital. You went to Charleston to see the Cochrans?
Yes, sir.
Was Michael sedated while he was in there, to the best of your knowledge?
I do not know.
Okay. But you just know he was not awake.
Correct.
On the 19th of February of 6th of February 2019, when you got to the Cochran's house, was Michael ever in a position where you heard him converse with anybody?
No.
Did you hear him converse with anybody either time you were there?
No.
Now, you came back at the request of the defendant to pick up the kids?
Yes.
And that's because what?
She called me, and we were on our way to dinner, and she called me. I was in the car, and she said, I'm going to take him to the hospital. I've called Chris and Thomas to come help. Can you come get the kids?
Okay. When you came to pick up the kids, who was present at the house at that time?
I think it was just me at the time. My husband stayed in the car, or we weren't married at the time, but I can't remember if Thomas and Lacey had gotten there yet or not. I think it was just me, but I know Chris and his son came in last.
Okay.
So I can't recall if they were there before me or me. It's been a long time.
Yeah. So to the best of your recollection, the defendant was there, Michael was there, the two kids were there.
Yes.
But Mr. Treadway showed up after you got there?
I don't recall.
Okay.
He may have been there when I got there. I remember him and his wife were there, but I can't I just remember Chris came in after I was there because I saw him and his son come in through the door.
And the Treadways might have been there, or they might have come in.
Yeah, I don't
Fair
recall
enough.
who was there first, me or them.
Fair enough. The decision to actually take Michael to the hospital, when did that come about?
I don't know. Like I said, she called me and said, I'm taking him to the hospital. I've called Chris and Thomas to help. Can you come get the kids? And then we were all there, and I remember saying, he is going to be so mad at us. And but we all said, well, we have to take him. So.
Did you express an opinion as to whether he should go to the hospital, notwithstanding his prior reservations about that?
Say that again.
Sure. Did you express an opinion as to whether he should go to the hospital despite his statements that I don't want to go back again?
Not until everybody was in there. We were all in there, and we were all talking, and we were just all talking, and everyone was talking about how mad he was going to be, and I remember saying, well, we still need to take him, and then I remember Chris saying yes, and then I went and got my now husband we helped get him in the car.
So who actually, to the best of your recollection, helped to take Michael to the car?
Chris, Thomas, and my now husband, Mario.
Okay. Whose car did they take Michael to?
Natalie's.
And who was driving the car or were you present when the car drove off?
I was not.
You went back inside, or?
No, I was going to take the kids with me, and they wanted to go with Thomas and Lacey because they have kids their age. And I said, well, we just left because we felt like our job was done there. So.
Okay, so you didn't end up with the kids that night?
No, I did not.
So
we left after he was in the car, but I don't know who ended up going or.
Okay. Did you see Michael in the car?
Yes.
Where was he?
In the very back. Like they laid him across it's a long SUV, and they laid him across in the back.
Who else did you see anybody else in the car?
No.
So you didn't see your sister, you didn't see Chris?
No one was in the car when I left.
Just Michael. Mm-hmm. Could I have just a moment, please?
Sure.
I don't believe the state has any additional questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect Mr. Victor.
Do you recall in August 2018 when Michael Cochran brought Natalie to your school and told you that he wanted you to deal with him from that moment on?
Yes.
That was in August of 2018.
I can't recall the date.
Okay. But he told you that he wanted for you to deal with him in the matters of business,
Yes.
with him only.
Yes.
Okay. You lost almost 50 grand on this.
That's what I think. Yeah. When it was all said and done. Yes.
And you should be really, really mad at your sister,
Yeah.
and I presume Michael, but he's not with us.
Right.
And yet it did not color your testimony here today.
No.
Did it? Okay. That's all. Thank you.
I have one follow-up, Your Honor.
Right
and
ahead.
it should have been asked on cross, but
Okay.
it wasn't. What did the defendant tell you actually happened to Michael that day?
we never really talked about that except in the text. She just said he was sick and she sent me the picture and said he was sick and he wouldn't get up. I just remember however it was worded, I thought, well, why won't he get up? I didn't know if he couldn't, he wouldn't. That's all I remember, that she said he was sick.
Well, but at some point, didn't she tell you what happened to him?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, do you remember being interviewed July 16th of 2019 by a couple police officers?
I probably was, yeah. I mean, I remember being interviewed. I don't know when it was.
Okay. And at that time, you indicated that the defendant told you that he threw up, hit his head, and seized.
She told me I recall the throwing up the first time this happened in October and November. She told me that he hit his head much later after he had been in the hospital in February. She said he had hit his head on the counter when he fell.
And we're talking now about February
Yes,
6th.
correct.
Okay.
But the throwing up, I can only recall, like I said, it's been a long time, but I remember he was throwing up a lot during the October-November time, even in the car.
And you've indicated in questioning from the defense that you have no idea what supplements Michael was taking.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions to stay ahead.
Did you ever see any dent on the counter in the kitchen of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
There was it wasn't a dent because it was like corian or something, but there was a divot knocked out of it, yes.
And that's what Natalie told you? That's where he hit his head?
Yes,
And there was a dent on it?
yes.
I may have a second.
All right.
It's at 6, I think.
I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Judge, to clear up the record, I think that picture is in States to Exhibit 6.
All right, thank you. Any further questions of the witness, Mr. Truman?
Nothing from the State, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused.
So far as the State's concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Victor.
I will call Thomas Treadway.
If you will raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may have a seat right there.
Would you kindly state your name for the record?
Thomas Treadway.
Mr. Treadway, what do you do for a living?
I'm a freelance graphic designer.
Okay. Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We met through youth sports. Our kids are friends.
Okay. Did you know Michael Cochran?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Michael Cochran?
Through youth sports.
Okay. Was there a time that you would get involved in Mr. and Mrs. Cochran's business?
Yes.
What was the initial involvement that you had with that business?
They would contact me. Mike would contact me about doing graphics, designs, signs.
For what? For the business?
I actually did the sign at TSG out on Eisenhower Drive.
Was he satisfied with your product?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And from there on, I presume the discussion concerned your investment in the business, right?
Yes.
And in fact, it ended up and culminated in your investing a substantial amount of money.
Yes.
Would you kindly share with the jury how much you may have invested in that business?
I do not have that information. I would have to go through my CPA to get that.
But it was a significant amount.
Yeah.
Who did you deal with in terms of the investments?
Mike.
Okay. What did he tell you that what you were investing in? I mean, obviously there wasn't like give us X number of dollars and invest in something. What did he tell you about the investments?
It was for contracts for graphics, mostly.
For contracts for what?
For graphics.
Graphics. And were there any government contracts as well?
Yes.
What else were you investing in?
Mainly that.
Okay. Was there any great promise of great returns?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you actually, I presume you wrote the checks to the companies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Through your contact with Mr. Cochran, you kind of learned to know him quite well, right?
Yes.
How well did you know him?
He was my son's favorite coach.
Okay. He was good at sports, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He was a bodybuilder, wasn't he?
He was very athletic.
Okay. Toughman competitions?
Yes.
Pulling a hammer, right?
I believe so.
Any other sports activities that he was involved in?
Just through the youth sports. There was an alumni football game he played in, and that.
Okay. He appeared a model of health, didn't he?
Yes.
And yet, what did you observe in about 2018?
Mike seemed really agitated, really not really himself.
When he was himself, what was he like?
Focused.
Focused.
Yes.
Task-oriented, wasn't he?
Yes, very.
And then around 2018, he started being what?
Like I said, he wasn't himself. He didn't act the same.
Did he have any? Well, was he ever confused?
There was an instance where he seemed very confused.
Did he complain about headaches?
Not to me, not that I remember.
Okay. When did he appear confused to you?
There was an instance where the families went to eat. We went out to eat, and there was an instance there.
Okay. Is that the Panera Bread situation?
Yes.
That wasn't one of his favorite restaurants, huh?
No.
In fact, he hated it with an unbridled passion.
Yes, he did.
And all of a sudden, he takes you to Panera Bread
Yes.
and says what?
We were sitting around the table together, and he looked at me and said, "You have a hat on." And, at the time, we laughed about it. I was like, "Mike, I always have a hat. I always wear a hat." And never thought anything about that until after. And it kind of was like, wow, that was really kind of weird for Mike to ask me I didn't have a hat on.
Was he ever confused about where he left his car?
I can't say that I would know anything about that.
Was he, you said he was agitated. What was he agitated about?
We never discussed where the agitation come from. I mean, he just seemed really visibly agitated.
Okay. Now, did Michael, you knew that Michael went to the hospital in October and November of 2018, right?
Yes.
Did you see him before he went to the hospital in October and November?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. Do you remember what he was like, or what he acted like?
I don't remember instances, but I know that he was pretty sick.
Okay. And he stayed in the hospital on 2 different occasions then?
Yes.
Do you know whatever the doctors told him was wrong with him?
I never heard a diagnosis. We kept the kids, so we weren't involved in that aspect of it.
Did he ever tell you what was wrong with him?
I heard black mold, which was brought up.
Did he ever? He said that he didn't like hospitals, did he?
No, he did not.
Never wanted to go back to the hospital.
Exactly.
All right. Did you ever know that he was using any substances to be more athletic, let's say?
Yes.
What do you know about that?
I don't know the details of what he took. I don't know, but Mike was very concerned with his body and his appearance.
Did he ever tell you he was taking substances?
I don't think that conversation ever came up.
Did you know from any personal knowledge that he was taking substances?
I would just gather that, with his physical appearance, that he would take supplements and various other things.
What kind of contractual relationship did you have with Michael? What did you do for him other than this first contract? Did you have any other work for him?
Yes, I did pretty much anything that was graphic-wise. I handled that for them.
Okay. How did he appear to you in January or in February of 2019?
January was was around the time that the Panera Bread, the hat comment came out.
And from then on, how did he appear to you?
He just, to me, my opinion, that he seemed really wired. Really
He seemed what?
Wired.
Wired.
Yes.
Did he ever tell you what bothered him?
No.
Did he ever suggest anything to you that he was in any physical discomfort?
No.
Never complained about his health?
No, not to me.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Mr. Treadway, could you go into a little more detail about you're a graphic designer? Is that what you are?
Yes.
Okay. What does a graphic designer do?
I designed their sign out in front of their business. I did a design for a firearm. I designed T-shirts. I designed baseball uniforms, logos for the baseball uniforms.
Letterhead? Does
No.
anybody do letterhead anymore?
No.
So you never had any involvement with any of the letterhead that the Cochrans might have utilized, or specifically the defendant?
No.
There's a fraudulent document that the defendant sent around on Bank of America letterhead. Would a graphic designer have...
I'm going to object to the characterization of it. We don't know what document it is. We already are calling it fraudulent.
All right, let's just call it a straight-out document at this point.
Thank you. A Bank of America document. Would a graphic designer create this document?
I would guess.
Okay, but you're saying it wasn't you.
No.
Who's Lacey Treadway?
My wife.
Your wife. And she's a notary?
Yes.
And she did notary work for the Cochrans?
Yes. To my knowledge.
Pardon?
To my knowledge,
Okay.
yes.
Now, let me take you to the date of Mr. Cochran's collapse, February the 6th of 2019. Were you asked to come to the Cochran residence that day?
I wasn't asked. I called Natalie to see if she needed some help.
Out of the clear blue, or how did that happen?
She had texted me and told me Mike had failed.
Okay. Did she send you the picture with that, or just tell you?
I'm not sure of that, and I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Do you know what time you got to the Cochran house?
It was in the evening. It was late. I taught classes at Concord, so it was late in the evening.
Graphic design classes?
Yes.
Okay. Take a look at this. Oops. Relative to when Chris Davis appeared, according to you, when did you show up?
What was the question again?
Well, Chris Davis appeared at the Cochran house while you were there, correct?
After me, yes.
And so you got there how much before he did?
I'm unclear.
Take a look at your text.
10 or 15 minutes before Chris got there?
Okay. And you don't have any reason to question your text, do you?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. You were one of the people that helped take Mr. Cochran to the car?
Yes.
Okay. And so when the defendant said that, you would not dispute that. You were absolutely one of the people. Right?
Right.
Okay. Who else helped carry Mr. Cochran to the car besides you and Chris Davis?
It's really unclear. I know Penny Carico was there. Her husband, Mario, was there. I don't remember exactly everyone that was there at that time or helped carry Mike.
You just know you did?
I carried Mike, helped Mike carry Mike to the car.
And Chris Davis did?
And Chris Davis.
There may have been some others that helped, but those are the two, you two for sure.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've indicated you were there about 10 or 15 minutes before Chris Davis arrived. The defendant seems to indicate that you thought Mr. Cochran was getting worse. Can you explain that to us?
I do not remember having that conversation.
Okay, so you don't say, hey, I think he's getting worse, we need to do something?
I'm not a medical professional. I can't evaluate that.
Fair enough. After Mr. Cochran died on the 11th of February of 2019, do you recall giving the defendant some advice as to what she should do legally?
I don't recall that.
Does that help you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you suggesting that she make that timeline?
In any circumstance, I wouldn't know why you wouldn't do that.
And you were also helping her remember that she checked Mr. Cochran's vital signs, correct?
That's what it says.
She asked for your assistance in mounting her defense, didn't she?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Did she ask you to look into Michael's phone?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Well, that it's been a while back. Let's take a look at this.
Can you folks read this on the screen? Okay, because I can't. But happily, I have a little monitor right here.
Yeah, they don't fit very well on there, but she'll bring you his phone to crack his phone. You remember that now?
I remember looking at the phone to see if there was anything that I could help her with there.
And you were trying to figure out why she couldn't get into it. You asked her some questions about that, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, Mr. Treadway, you were asked to provide statements to the law enforcement people that were investigating your friend's death. What was your response to that?
No, thank you.
So you were not interested in cooperating with the state police, people who are investigating this?
No, thank you.
Michael was a friend of yours?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And you made a very succinct comment about what you would tell them. Remember what you said?
Not right offhand.
It's a statement, they won't get shit from me, come to your recollection?
If that's what the text message says, then that's what it is.
And that is the way you felt about it. They weren't going to get any cooperation out of you.
If that's what the text message says.
I didn't ask you if that's what the text message said. I asked you if that's what your position was. They were not going to get any help from you that would hurt the defendant, correct?
I don't recall ever saying that.
No, you didn't say that, but that's what your position was, wasn't it?
My position was no thank you.
No thank you as in you're not going to get any help from me.
I didn't say no help. I said no thank you.
No information from you.
No thank you was my response.
Let's see this again. Well, they ain't getting shit from me. That's your response.
If that's
Not
what-
no thank you. That's your response,
Okay.
correct? That's all the questions the state had.
Redirect Mr. Victor.
Were you informed that Michael Cochran actually locked the cell phone to the point that Natalie Cochran could not get into it?
That was what was conveyed to me.
So some of those messages that we saw in court were the messages sent by Michael Cochran, not Natalie Cochran,
Yeah,
because she had no access to it.
exactly.
And then, so when and he controlled that situation, didn't he?
It was his phone.
It was his phone. So then, after he died, she wanted to know what was on it, what the messages were, right?
Right.
And she asked you to help you decode it.
If I could, yes.
It's not a big deal, is it? You
If
didn't
you-
think it was a big deal.
I didn't think at the time that was a big deal.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor asked you, and it's still on the screen, about this, well, they ain't getting shit from me. Well, would you care to enlighten us as to why?
I was asked if I wanted to give a statement, and I did some research before I talked to them and told them no thank you.
Would you care to show us what type of research you did?
I did some research and I found a document that had some information about some witness tampering, and so I didn't think that was someone that I needed to talk to.
Witness tampering. Who tampered with witnesses?
There were several names in the article.
But it wasn't my client who tampered with witnesses.
No,
Somebody else tampered with witnesses according to that article, and that's why you refused to talk to the police.
exactly.
What kind of witnesses are we talking about in this case?
No, not in this case.
I see. So you did not believe that talking to the police officers would be appropriate because they weren't trustworthy. Is that what?
Correct.
Okay. And is it true that there were very specific officers that were mentioned there
Yes.
in that article? All right. Okay. That's all.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
So this is a generic witness tampering fear that you had and not related to the investigators in this case, is that correct?
The article contained names of investigators in this case.
And this article came from where?
The Charleston Gazette.
And they accused the investigators in this case of tampering with witnesses?
Not with this case. The case that they worked on previously.
And it specifically named Heinzman and Bledsoe?
Yes, sir.
And this is a Charleston Gazette article.
Yes, sir.
And you don't know if there's any merit to that or not. That was just a report in the Charleston Gazette.
I'm pretty sure there was a settlement involved.
You don't know if there was any merit to it. You just know what you read in the Charleston Gazette.
Exactly.
Okay. Which means you may not know anything. That's all the questions the state has.
Last comment by the prosecutor.
Overruled. Any further questions, Mr. Victor?
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any reason to hold this witness?
None from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any reason to recall this gentleman?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Mr. Treadway, you are excused. Happily, ladies and gentlemen, we are right at the noon hour, and we will take our luncheon recess at this time. Please be back in your jury room a little bit before 1 o'clock, and we will try to start up promptly. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not view, observe, or listen to any reports concerning this trial or matters concerning this case. Enjoy your lunch. You may go with the bailiff now to your jury room. All right, we'll break for lunch and start back up at 1 o'clock.
All right, let us recap what just happened. So we heard from Penny Lowry, who is Natalie's oldest sister. She was 12 when Penny was 12 when Natalie was born. She knew that Mike wanted to have a body, but not necessarily a bodybuilder. She knew that he took pills and he mixed a bunch of stuff like powders and drinks. She only injected one time when they were at a beach, and the kids were young. They were so young they were still sleeping, I guess, together on a couch. Did you see him take insulin? I don't know what he was taking. She would say, "Please stop that. It's not good for you." And he said, "You're retarded," and he would laugh at her. Nice guy, but I guess that's what you do. She also told her nephew, "Don't ever do that." She said it was a lot. I saw him take the pills in the morning, but she doesn't know where the pills came from. Let's see. They talked about Mike's health over the last 3 years. She didn't recall that he had back surgery in 2017. She thought it was the mold that was getting him sick. Penny said that Mike felt dizzy and felt foggy all the time. She had seen him like that before, right before he went into the hospital, but she thought the whole house was sick because the kids had runny noses too. She said he had brain fog. He seemed different, and she kept going back to the mold poisoning. She thought it was the mold poisoning. He came out of the hospital in 2018, came through and seemed like himself, told him she said, "You have to stop taking this stuff." We found out the name of the juvenile son, which I will not say. I don't want to wake. So this is where we hear Mike says, "I don't want to wake up again in a hospital. I'll be furious with you if you do that again." So that's interesting that Mike said that to her, and yet his best friend, or one of his best friends, I guess, Chris, said he never heard him say that, I think. Or that he wanted to go to the hospital, I guess, in November. I'm not sure if he ever said that to Chris. Penny said she knew they did contracts, but didn't see him sitting at the desk. And in 2018, he just became very angry. And then Nikki and the son and Natalie and me. Let's see. Natalie said, "I'm taking him to the hospital. Please come get the kids." So then Cross kicked in. Let me see here. Lunch break. Cross came in and said, "Did you lose money through the investments?" And she said, "Yeah, about $50,000. It was Natalie that controlled the money. Mike wrote the checks, but she dealt with Natalie with the contracts. So she got a call from the niece, which was Nicole, and I guess it was only 6 minutes from where she worked at the school. she was asked, was Mike on the floor? She said no, he was on the couch, but he was slumped off. So I think she said like his head was on the pillow, I think, but like his arm was just kind of slumped off. I guess he was put there by the contractors, but why couldn't they make him more comfortable? Not sure about that. So Penny helped him get comfortable. Then, that's when I guess Mike soiled himself. So she held a blanket while Nikki went to go get clothes and Natalie cleaned up. But then she said Nikki's son kept saying, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. So she had to deal with, she said, I dealt with him. She took him to go get food. Then Natalie did text a photo of Mike on the ground and said he's sick and won't get up. She said, I was very busy that day. What does she want me to do? It was now here she says Nikki called it for. I thought it was the niece. Maybe she did say Nikki. I have written down the niece, but now she's saying Nikki called her. She went in. He was on the couch, slumped over, snoring. She helped Natalie get Mike comfortable. She thought he had another seizure and thought he'd be coming out of it. She did go to the Charleston hospital, but Mike was not awake then. I guess this was back in October 2018. Mike never conversed either time, so he was not conscious either time. She came back to pick up the kids because Natalie called and said, I'm going to take him to the hospital. I've called Chris to help. I think it was just me at that time. Then Chris and his sons came in last. So she thought it was Mike, Natalie, and 2 kids, and then Chris came in after. And then the Treadways might have been there, but I'm not sure. And then we heard later that that's Thomas Treadway. He was there. The decision to take Mike to the hospital, she says, I don't know. Natalie just said, I've called Chris. He's going to be so mad at us, but we have to take him. That's what Penny thought. Did you express an opinion despite his objection? We were all talking and everyone was saying how mad he would be, and I said we should still take him, and Chris agreed. So I believe Chris said it was his idea. Now Penny's saying it was her idea. So who helped Chris? Thomas and her now husband Mario took Mike to Natalie's car. So Thomas, we've heard about Thomas in a minute or two. The kids went with Lacey, who was a wife of Thomas. Yeah, Thomas and Lacey are married. She did not have the kids that night. She saw Mike in the car. He was in the very back. They laid him across the back seat. No one was in the car when she left. It was just Mike. What did Natalie tell you happened? Never really talked about it. It was only via text. He was sick and wouldn't get up. So I didn't know if he wouldn't or couldn't get up. So Penny said she just got that text and said, I don't know, can Mike not get up or he wouldn't get up? At no point did Natalie ever say what happened. And then interview with law enforcement, Natalie said he threw up. Happened in October as well, and he hit his head. Then redirect comes in. I thought this was pretty interesting. So Mike brought Natalie to your school and wanted you to deal with him alone in the matters of business. Should be mad at sister and Mike, and yet it did not color your testimony because she lost the money. And then here's the big moment I thought from Penny's testimony was she saw a divot on the counter. That's where Natalie said Mike hit his head. So if Mike fell and hit his head, you would see it, right? You bounce your head off of a counter, unless he fell backwards, right? Wouldn't there be a lump? Wouldn't there be bleeding? If you hit your head so hard that there was a divot, I would think there would be a cracked skull, a bump, blood, something, right? So that's a little sus. Again, this is all circumstantial evidence, but it's all adding up. That's a big one for me. So then Thomas Treadwell came in. He knew Michael through the kids' sports. He's a freelance graphic designer. Woo! Let's hear for graphic designers. He did design work for their signage. He invested in the business, doesn't know exactly, but it was significant. He dealt with Mike, but it was all contracts for the graphics. He knew Mike well because he was his son's favorite coach. He said Mike was focused, but then in 2018, he started to not act himself. There was an instance when he was confused, and it happened at Panera Bread, and Mike apparently hated Panera Bread with an unbridled passion. Not sure why. Did he complain about headaches? He said, not to me. Thomas said, not to me. He said what his moment, he said, they were sitting around the table and Mike looked at him and said, "You have a hat on." And Thomas said, "Mike, I always have a hat on." And he said, "That was weird." He felt that was weird. It'd be like somebody looking at me and saying, "Why aren't you wearing a hat?" Or, "You don't have a hat on." I never had to have a hat on. How was he agitated? Never discussed where it came from, just seemed visually agitated. And he heard that it was black mold was the problem. He never wanted to go back to a hospital. So we're hearing from more and more people that Mike just didn't like hospitals. Any other work, it just was all involving graphics. He said Mike seemed wired, but he never told me what was bothering him, and he never complained about his health. So under cross, he was like, "Tell me more detail about graphic designer. What does a graphic designer do?" And he did signs for business. He did T-shirt designs, logos, baseball uniforms. "Did you ever do letterhead?" He said no. And then he pulled up this document for letterhead. I'm like, of course a graphic designer can do that. Would a graphic designer create this? I would guess, but it wasn't me. I can tell you as a graphic designer, of course you could do that. Lacey is my wife, and she did notary work for Mike and Natalie. Called Natalie to see if she needed help. Had texted me to say Mike had fallen, but not sure about the image. So he'd gotten a text from Natalie, but he wasn't sure that she sent him the image. He says he taught classes at Concord, which is also where Nicole goes to college. So it was the evening when he arrived. Chris Davis showed up afterwards. He said it was 10 minutes before Chris got there. He helped Mike get in the car. Who else helped? He says Chris. And then they showed Natalie's text, and in Natalie's text, she says Thomas thinks he's worse. So Thomas thought that Mike was getting worse. February 11th, did you give any legal advice? He says, I don't recall that. Why did you say that? He says, in this circumstance, why wouldn't you do that? I would say, yeah, get legal advice. I don't know, I guess. And you said check his vitals. Did she ask you to look into Mike's phone? Then there's a text that says, I'll bring Mike's phone to crack it. I'm trying to get all the photos out of it. And then he said he's not interested in cooperating with law enforcement. I thought that was pretty interesting. You made a succinct comment. He says, well, they won't get shit from me. My man, law enforcement, not giving it up to law enforcement. So then redirect came back and said Mike actually locked the cell phones. So he says that's what was conveyed to me. Mike sent those messages because Natalie had no access. He said yes, it was his phone. Natalie just wanted to know what was on the phone. So she asked me to help. He said didn't think it was a big deal. And then he talked about, well, that comment about not getting shit from me. I was asked if I wanted to give a statement, so I did some research, and he found a document about witness tampering. What? So I decided that there was something I didn't want to get involved with. And there were several names in the article, and those names happened to be Heisman and Bledsoe. So we heard from Timothy Bledsoe, who is a retired state trooper. We heard from him on day 5. And we heard from Robert Heisman, who's the fraud investigator. We heard he was the very first witness. So that was kind of interesting. That's some unexpected testimony coming out from the graphic designer, right? All right, what do you guys think? Let me get to some comments. What do you guys think? Justice says, it seems like the state is dumping their theories on the jury's lap and telling them to guess. So you don't think they have a specific theory? OnlyFans says, defense made the objection to strike the last statement. The last statement that they struck was, pretty sure there was a settlement involved. Just knows from what it was in an article, and he says you don't know anything. That's what was struck. That's what was struck was. So you don't know anything. That's what they asked it, and they did strike it out. Baka of 3 says, daughter called. Did I miss any objections with the ponytail bearded man? No. So the daughter called. It was the niece, but then why did he say? So under direct, he said the niece called, but then under cross, he said Nikki called. Or maybe it was Nikki niece. I misunderstood. I thought I heard two different things there. Krista, we started at 10, so they're at lunch, and we're like, well, they're coming back a little bit before 1, so we technically could catch up. Let me see. They're still at lunch, so we technically could catch up. Brett says, I was offended by introducing the statement that she couldn't access his phone with, that was what was conveyed to me. Couldn't access the phone, that was what was conveyed to me. Yes. Mike actually locked the cell phone. On redirect, Mike actually locked the cell phone. That's what was conveyed to me. So that's Natalie saying, I don't have access to the phone. Baca, day 6, AM break. Objections, defense is 3 altogether, 2 sustained and 1 overruled. Prosecution 0. Thank you, Baca, for that. Appreciate it. Let's see. Young Black Economist says, oh, wait, sorry. I wanted to get to, we pulled that one up. Blink, where'd that go? Oh, here, I did pull it up. Difficult cases seem to end up that way. That's how I felt about the Richard Allen case and how I feel about Reed as well. Okay. Widespread Panic says, I see them showing that she obtained the insulin, administered it, and then waited until he couldn't be saved to take him to the hospital. That certainly is one theory. That is one theory. The fact that she, what was the big one that I literally just read about? Where was it? Hit his head on the, that was the big one, right? So she's changed her story 3 times. First, she said that she's changed her story 3 times, and I can't remember the exact details because I think it was yesterday. But hitting his head so hard that it created a divot on the countertop. That seems. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Oh, Shamrock. Appreciate you appreciating. Thank you. Lily Wayne says, I think if his head made the mark on the counter, it would have been apparent on the first autopsy, even 7 months later. Those counters are hard. It would absolutely appear. I mean, that's your skull. Your skull's not going to... He was in heavy decomposition on the second... Even the first one he was decomposing, but on the second one, for sure, what we heard from Mr. or Dr. Uribe yesterday, you would see something, right? A knot, I feel my shins and I can feel the bumps from all the times I've walked into, a table, for crying out loud. If you bounce your head off of a counter so hard that it makes a divot, right? Jenny says the fact she took the pic was like to say, see, he did this. Yeah. All right, therapist. Take care. We'll see you in a bit. Superball has got me covered in her. I could make another cat out of this fur that she's in. She's dumped on me. Oh, check it. Oh, kitty moment. Hi. Superball moment. Okay. Get comfortable. Hi. Oh, she's not comfortable. You gonna bite me? And she's biting me. Oh, it's a kitty. Pammy says it's corian. A head would never create a divot. I'm not sure what corian is, but it sounds heavy. I mean, even like presswood or whatever, anything is. It's a countertop. Of course, it's going to be heavy, right? It's a countertop. Jenny says, "Yep, that stuff is hard. Yep, that is hard stuff. My in-laws have it because my mother-in-law drops everything. Never has dented it." Yeah. So sweet. What a cute baby. Yes. She is cute. She's being very snuggly today. Pammy says it's fake granite, man-made stone. Oof. Yeah, that's got to be hard. Again, even just wood, even any substance that's shelving is gonna, and you hit it hard enough with your head to create a divot. I mean, come on. It's one thing to like take a hammer or a wrench or something, even your hand. You're gonna do something. You're gonna cause some serious issues. Oh, thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Aaron just brought me some lunch. Let's see. Mandy just made a big bowl of oatmeal. Sounds good. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? Young black economists and widespread. Maybe both of those cases were bad examples to give, but you get my drift. Harder cases, the theory seems to change a bit on both sides during the trial, in your opinion. Lily Wayne says, I wonder if there was some occasion where a hard thing like a pot was thrown and it hit the counter. Could have been. Yeah, easier said than done. I got cat. I can't even show you. I got kitty on my lap. Easier said than done. No external head injury, right, Mandy? That's what I'm thinking. Somebody would have found that. Doctors, autopsy, his friends, right? His friend was looking for his nose. Chris was looking at his nose and his ears, right? Jenny says, yes, it would chip but not dent. We have chips in our granite that were there when we moved here. Aw. Baka 3 says, hearts to Aaron. And now I have to figure out how to get this one off my lap. Kitty. Mandy, super sus. Yes. A little fur baby. Oh, are they coming back? Just checking to see if they're coming back yet. We can stay here, so when they come back in. So this is the live feed, so when they come back in, we'll be ready to go. All right. Shirley Roth says, they keep bringing up mold. Was their house ever tested? No, and her sister, Penny, thought that it was a sick house because she said even the kids had runny noses. Yes, Baka, they are out to lunch. But he said they would be back before 1. So it's like 10 till, so that's why I'm staying here. He wanted them back before 1. Mandy Strong. Hopefully Aaron did not make you a tuna fish sandwich. Super Bowl would go nowhere. No, if there was something, it's literally like 3 feet away, 2 feet away. It's within arm's reach. Super Bowl would be up sniffing it. No, it's leftover calzone, some rice, and I made a red sauce with red peppers, some spinach, onions, mushrooms, some garlic. So looking forward to that. Let's see. Pammy says, Shirley Roth, I answered you way up there. It wasn't their house with mold. It was a remodeled house that he was involved in. That is correct. And we found out it was Aunt's house. It was the aunt's house, Chris Davis's aunt's house that they were remodeling. That's where the mold was from. But Penny, the older sister, just said she thought maybe their house, meaning the Cochran's house, was a sick house because the kids always had runny noses. Krista Limited Edition wasn't their house. It was the house that he was working on. Other people wore masks and he didn't. I thought, correct. That is correct. That is correct. Yeah. The mold was in a house he was working on, not the one he was living in. Right. But the sister, Pammy, suggested that it might be. Well, she just said that they might have a sick house. That's all she said. Yeah, Michael was the only one with mold poisoning? Mm-hmm. Right? Jenny, you had me hungry up to the mushrooms. Oh, can't stand the smell. Yeah, sorry. I eat mushrooms like every week. That's just my go-to standby. Just because you can do so much with them and they just really bulk up a meal. Lily Wayne, the aunt may not know which house it was, but she said the kids. She said she thought even they had a. She thought they even had a sick house because she said the kids had a lot of runny noses. So that's why I interpreted that as the Cochran's residence, because she said even the kids had runny noses. But it's pretty clear that it was this house that, and if it came out, it was Chris Davis's aunt that they were remodeling this house, and that's where the. Jeez. Got a comfortable little kitty. Mandy says Michael wanted to go to the hospital. He felt so bad that time. Yep. Well, we heard from a couple people today that Mike hated hospitals, didn't want to go, don't ever take me back. They're a waste of time. So we heard that from several witnesses today. Jenny says, one of the first times Hubs cooked dinner while we were dating, he was frying mushrooms. I was in the bathroom with towels under the door to block the smell. Wow. Oh, you guys are, yes, I am vegetarian. I do eat some sushi now and again, maybe 2 or 3 times a year, but 99.9% vegetarian. Erin eats chicken. She actually just had chicken. So she is not vegetarian. I am. Oh, okay, get comfortable, dude. Yes, I will as soon as they come back from break. I will go eat. So Brat says, yep, he wanted to go back in November, yet when she claims he hit his head and collapsed, she refused to take him. I know, right? Mandy Strong, unless you become unconscious, unless you are wanting to die, you would hope someone gets you medical care. One would think, right? So young black economist, yeah, it's really hard with these cases when jurors, us watching, don't know the victim. Was this guy garrulous? Did he just talk about everything to everyone, or was he kind of quiet? It's good point, good question. Ah, okay, you found the article. All right. Good one, Trials Junkie United. Appreciate that. Shirley Roth, if the mold was that bad, it would have affected his lungs. They keep bringing it up. Yeah. Oh, well, stop it. Sometimes, dude. Sometimes. Kitty. And then she bites me. Let's see. Young black economist, like him telling so many people he didn't like the hospital. Did he tell everyone everything? Did he complain all the time, or was that unique that he said that he expressed so much dislike for hospitals? Don't forget, he despised, or he loathed or despised Panera Bread with a passion, I think, right? Despised it with a passion. Ken Rosenberg says, hearsay is about reliability, yet the rules allow for a bunch of people who didn't take a dead guy to the hospital to conveniently repeat that the dead guy said he didn't want to go to the hospital. Right. Lisa B. Jeepin. Yep. Kitty Love Bites. I don't know if you saw earlier, but she was like, she was sitting right here and she was like nibbling on my chin. Jenny says, yeah, what does mold have to do with insulin poisoning? That I do not know. Baka's got a huge chicken in the crock pot. I see some chicken noodle soup and chicken and dumplings in my future. That sounds good. Shirley Roth says, how many people say that about hospitals but go when it's urgent? Yeah, I don't want to go to a hospital. It's the last thing I want to do ever. Or doctors. I don't see a doctor. I don't want to go. But if you need, doctors are a very good thing. Hospitals are a very good thing. If you can take care of yourself, take care of yourself. But there are times that you need help. Seems to me this was a time that Michael needed help. So Brett says, so far, most of what people say they know about him, they say they got it from her. Absolutely. So I've gotten the impression that she was the main talker in the family. 100% agree. Young black economist comes back. People aren't individuals. When they were in his presence, was he a yapper or not? Hearing from his mom would have been interesting. Yeah. Your husband is that way too? Yeah. If you don't have to go to a hospital or doctor and you can take care of yourself, do so. But there are times when you do need medical assistance. And you do need medications, and you do need, I think that's up to you to decide. Oh, Polly has made her presence known. And here comes Polly. Oh, we now have Polly. Hi. You do know there's a cat right there. Young black economist, don't take him to a hospital in Mexico that solves cancer through drinking fruit juice. Shake my head. Yeah, Shirley Roth. Meow, kitty wants attention. So she came flying up. I got one on my lap, and then that's Polly. She just cruised over there. Yes, Curvio. Polly, the rat catcher and thrower. Totally. Still pretty chilly here. What is it? It's only... Yeah, it's 48. Whoop, whoop. We may hit 50. It's supposed to be, it's supposed to be 20, well, they're saying now 30. Yesterday it was supposed to be 29. That's just ridiculous. 29 in Florida? Nope. Lily Wayne says, and if you are really sick, the hospital is the safest place to be. Help nearby if you take a turn for the worse. Absolutely. Absolutely. Trial Junkies United. It was about a bogus arrest and beating scandal. Cost $1 million in settlement. And was that Bledsoe and Heisman? Because he's a retired state trooper, and Heisman's a fraud investigator. Was he? Hold on. Was he? Let me go. Heisman was the first. Was he a retired state trooper too? Don't tell me this is. Hold on a sec. Let me get to that. Oh, Heisman was he's a former state trooper too. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? The two witnesses they had on the stand are retired former state troopers. Oh no, say it isn't so. Wow, that's not a good look. Trial Junkies United, were those two, were they the ones that were involved? And now they're retired because of that? Mandy Strong says in November he wasn't unconscious. He felt poisoned and wanted to go to the hospital. That is true. Yeah, it was end of October, beginning of November. Ken Rosenberg, and not legal advice. Hard telling you're not a lawyer, or hard telling you are a lawyer. But if you're in a car accident, go get checked out regardless of how minor it was, and I understand that's a big burden for most folks. Baka of 3, Squeegee, you were going to tell us about the older woman. Oh, yeah, spill it, please. I will at the end because I don't want to be in the middle of it. I know, I so wanted to talk on that Ashley Benefield. I was so just very disheartened. Just wanted to go crawl into a hole. Krista Limited Edition. Will the jury get that information, though? They kind of did. They got it a little bit. If they can put 2 and 2 together, but will that really sway them? I mean, that shouldn't sway them. Just because they testified, you know. Yes, just a reminder. Thank you. Shirley Roth says, it's really sad to think all these people were around him while his brain is losing oxygen and unaliving slowly in front of these so-called friends. I know, right? And now they're looking back on it. There were 3 involved, Heisman, Bledsoe, and Messenger rehired. And Heisman and Bledsoe testified. Not that it, I mean, that shouldn't sway the jury. It shouldn't sway our decision, but it just is it's a bad look. I'm surprised the Cross didn't ask them, why are you retired? Right? Widespread panic. Yes, I would very much like it if you could finish that interview with Elisa at some point. We'll have her back on. I reached out to her. You know, we'll definitely have her back on. Oh, thank you, Krista. Yep. Yeah, seems to have settled down. We're only as good as our internet connection, to be quite honest. You know, if our internet connection is great, we're great. If our internet connection is crappy, we feel crappy. We want to bring you a good product, you know. And when we can't bring you a good product, it makes me sad. Mandy Strong says, if a rusty old car hit me, I won't go to a hospital, but if I'm hit by a luxury vehicle, I'm going. Just kidding. You should go if you get hit by a rusty old car, because you got to get a tetanus shot, right? Hey, tennis girl, listening at mom's on phone, can't tag. Hey, all cool kids. Thank you for popping in, tennis girl. Always good to see you. We will even say hello to you. Oh, that was Trial TV Live. I'll even do it here. Always appreciate your support. Australian Open, we're down to last 4. Trial Junkies United Messenger quickly resigned. Heisman and Bledsoe were put on leave. I'm sending you the article. Okay. I eagerly await your article. Sending. Krista Limited Edition. I'm waiting to hear if I'm going to settlement or trial for my accident now. Wow. Yeah. Oh, Baka, you love tennis too? Cool. Very cool. Tennis Girl, by the way, it's definitely Comcast. I have the same issues and they won't cop to it. Might change to AT&T Fiber. Hey, we would be on AT&T in a heartbeat. But where we are, we only get one shot, with one company. All right, on the way. Okay, so while we wait for, and there it is. Okay. Oh my. So you just took a bunch of screenshots? All right, let's see here. 13 years after leaving amid scandal, ex-trooper rehired by West Virginia State Police. This is from May 25th, 2014. 14 years ago, Trooper Robert Heisman, who was the first witness, he came in as the fraud investigator. He left West Virginia State Police after he was part of a bogus arrest and beating scandal, of course, that rocked the agency and resulted in a government payment of $1 million to settle the resulting lawsuit. Last year, Heisman was rehired by State Police. Heisman left the agency in 2000 after a state police retirement party he attended in Welch devolved into gunfire, an unlawful arrest, and beating resulting in hospitalization. Jesus. He left a state police retirement party and it ended up in gunfire? During his trial, Messenger testified that a drunken trooper, Heisman, had grabbed Messenger's gun from its holster and fired several shots into the door of the American Legion Hall. Good God. Messenger said Heisman later got his own gun from his vehicle and again shot up the door. Messenger, Heisman, and a third officer, Bledsoe testified he was on day 5, were placed on leave immediately after the incident. Messenger quickly resigned, would ultimately be indicted and convicted of civil rights offenses, and served 1 year of a 7-year Heisman left the agency after a state police investigation. Bledsoe was suspended for 15 days without pay and demoted from sergeant to senior trooper. All right, who's this Rose guy? Okay, another ex-trooper, Gary Messenger, was convicted of a federal civil rights crime for beating Raymond Neal Rose, a man who lived next door to where the party was taking place, in October of 1999. Rose had called 911 several times to complain about the party held at the American Legion Hall in downtown Welch, saying troopers were firing their guns. Rose also exchanged words with the troopers and around 1:45 a.m. called 911 to say the troopers were breaking down his door. Much of what happened next was captured on the 911 call. Messenger swore at and threatened to kill Rose and beat him, leaving Rose hospitalized for 3 days with fractured ribs, bruised lung, and a crushed thumb. Jeez Louise. Holy crap. Rose sued the state police, Messenger, Heisman, and Bledsoe, asking for $20 million. The case was settled for $1 million, the maximum allowed under the state insurance policy. Wow. Wow. Those were 2 of the 3 guys we saw on the stand. Robert Heisman was the very first witness. It looks like they're coming back. Wow, that is just insanity, you guys. Ken Rosenberg, well, it is West Virginia. Yeah, yikes, insane is right. Holy smokes. Wow. All right, so Bledsoe was day 5 and Heisman was day 1. Oh, they're back. Okay, they're back, guys. Looks like they're coming back in. I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time, Mr. Truman?
None from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything from the defense?
My next witness will be the juvenile, Your Honors.
All right. And it has been raised to the court that we can work it out easily so that his face is not portrayed on camera or on screen. But if he decides to sit in the gallery like some of the other witnesses have done after they present their testimony, his face will be on camera because there is a camera up here, as you can see. So somebody needs to tell him that he will be shown on camera as being seated in the gallery because that's where the cameras are pointing.
Very well, Your Honor. If I may step outside for a second.
Okay. And you can explain that to him. His choice is he can leave, or
Yes, sir. I understand.
okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
for the juvenile, I suggested that he sit where Penny is sitting, and he will be out of camera range.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's a good solution.
But to play it safe, that, are you saying that
Are we sure that he'll be out of camera range, or is it iffy?
There's always a risk, Your Honor.
Okay. Well,
As long as he understands, they understand that risk.
okay.
I will try my hardest.
Okay. That's all we can ask for. We've discovered that there might be a way that he could sit in the corner, but it's iffy, and his face may be portrayed.
I think he knows all the options, Your Honor, at this point. So with that, I call MAC to the stand.
Well, we need the jury. Bring in the jury, please.
Would the court also recognize my co-counsel?
Indeed, I have already recognized him personally, and I will do so in front of the jury. And we're glad that he's alive and well.
Alive anyway.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you can see, we are joined by Mr. Selden, who is alive and well, thank goodness, and is with us hopefully for the duration of the trial. All right, we are still on the defense case in chief, and I would ask Mr. Victor to please call the next witness.
And now I will call MAC to the stand.
Very well. If you'll just follow the bailiff, he'll show you where to go. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat right there.
Would you tell the jury the initials of your name?
MAC.
And if you could just scoot up a little bit towards the microphone. Thank you.
Say it again.
Say it again.
MAC.
There you go. Do you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran?
Yes, she is my mother.
Okay. I presume you remember your father,
Yes.
Michael Cochran.
Yes, sir.
He is deceased. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
When did he die?
February 11th, 2019.
Okay. Who else lived in your house ever since you've been born?
The only people that lived in my house while he was still alive was me, my mom, my sister, and my dad.
Okay. Now, what was your relationship with your father?
I would say it was good. We had a good relationship.
Okay. What did you do together?
All types of stuff. He was my baseball coach, my football coach, led me through several sports. Went shooting together, went hunting together. We just always did stuff together.
Your father was very athletic, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
He participated in all kinds of sports himself, right?
Yes,
as
sir.
well as he coached sports.
Yes, sir.
He cared about his physical appearance.
Yes, sir.
And even participated in some tough contests there, right?
Yes, sir. He did a couple Tough Mudders and Tough Man.
Tough what?
Tough Mudders and Tough
Ah.
Man contests.
Was successful.
Very.
Did he ever try to participate in any bodybuilding contests?
I know that he did in high school. He used to do a bunch of powerlifting, and I don't know if he ever did any shows or anything.
Okay. Okay. He appeared perfectly healthy on the outside, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, however, he had some medical problems, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember 2017, December, when he had back surgery?
Yes, sir.
How old were you at that time?
10 or 9 or 10.
Okay. Do you know why he had to have back surgery?
Because he lifted we had a big light pole in our backyard next to our garage. He lifted it up just so he could move it to a different location. And that's when he messed up his back.
He did what?
Picked up a light pole by himself and messed up his back.
Couldn't he have gotten any help?
Of course, but it's just how he is. He wants to do everything by himself.
Okay, and he injured his back, and he had to have surgery.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember whether he liked going to the hospital?
Not at all.
After this first surgery, did he say anything around the house that would make you believe that he hated hospitals?
That he never wanted to be at a hospital. He just didn't like hospitals.
Okay. He liked doctors?
No.
Okay. Now, when in 2018 there was an episode that forced him to go to the hospital as well. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
You were what, 11 at that time, 12? Oh, wait a minute. 11, 12?
Say 10 or 11, yes.
10 or 11, I'm sorry. What happened to him in October of 2018? Do you recall? When he got sick?
He got sick, and I feel like around that time it was when you could just notice that he started to change a little bit.
How did he start to change, sir?
Just forgetting stuff all the time. And he was more aggressive for sure.
Towards whom? Aggressive?
Towards everybody. Everybody.
What was he forgetting? What was he forgetting at that time?
just like things that he had to do, that he had planned, and he would just forget about it. And he just leave stuff at the house all the time. Just stuff that was unusual. Like, he always had everything kept together. Pretty nice.
Okay. Right after October 31st, he had to go to the hospital very soon thereafter on November the 2nd of 2018, right?
Yes.
What was wrong with him then? It was just a couple of days later.
I feel like...
Do you remember what was wrong with him?
I don't know exactly what was wrong with him.
I mean, I'm not looking for medical terms, but what did you observe?
I almost said he had brain fog almost. Like, it was just...
Brain fog, you said? Okay. Did he complain of headaches?
Not that I remember.
Okay. How long did he stay in the hospital that time? Like a week, 5 days?
5 days or a week.
Do you remember him coming back home from the hospital? Remember that?
Not really.
But at some point he returned home from the hospital, right?
Yes.
How did he act then?
He acted fine. He always tried to paint a picture for the kids, I guess, to just make us not worry about him or something. I don't know, but he acted fine. It was just still the same things of him forgetting stuff and him just, I don't know, I felt like he was less happy.
Was his condition, or condition as you saw it, improving, or was it getting worse?
Getting worse.
And let's say in January of 2018, what was he doing that makes you believe that he was getting worse?
Just continue to constantly forget things, and he would have more and more just snaps, like when he would just snap and just get super angry all the time.
Did he ever say that he was in some kind of physical discomfort?
No, not to me.
Okay. Did he look like he was in physical discomfort?
In my eyes, he was perfectly okay. In my eyes.
How about the beginning of February? Getting worse?
Yeah. And he just didn't want to do stuff as much anymore. He wouldn't. We used to always go out and do stuff together, and me and him would, and he just wasn't as active anymore. Didn't feel like doing anything.
He was only 38, wasn't he?
Yes.
Did he look to you like he lost interest in life? Or did he perhaps have some limitations that caused him not to enjoy what he was doing?
I think he was just too worried about everything. He was always worried about money. He was always worried about everything in his life, that he just wanted everything to be perfect for him and us. And I feel like that was his biggest worry.
Okay. Throughout the years that we've been discussing here, your father has taken some medications. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
What kind of medications did he take? Or whatever he took that looked like medications?
He would take his supplements, which was 30 pills a day every morning, and then his anabolics, which are steroids, and
did he ever take any insulin?
I didn't see him personally take it, No, I didn't see him personally take it.
Did he ever inject anything?
Definitely steroids.
Okay. Now, was there a time when he was supposed to take some medication for any type of seizures? He had seizures, right?
Yes.
Convulsions? Did he have convulsions, seizures?
Yes, but I didn't witness them
Okay.
in person, no.
Was he ever taking any medication for that?
Not to my knowledge, but I'm sure that he was,
Now,
with
let
all
me-
of the pills that he was taking.
Let me ask you this. He didn't have a very high opinion of doctors, did he?
No.
And if a doctor prescribed something and he didn't want to take it, he wouldn't take it.
You're right.
You don't know exactly what those substances were in the amount of, 30 pills a day? He had his own cabinet for that, right?
Of course.
Tell the jury about his cabinet, that he had all this medication in, or whatever it was.
It was just it was a long, tall cabinet, and it just had all of his supplements and pills that he took, and he would get every bottle down every morning, and he would lay it out on the counter, and then I'd stand right next to him. He'd make his protein shake, and he'd take 2 handfuls and take the first handful, chug his protein shake, take the second handful, chug his protein shake, and finish it, and that'd be it. He'd be ready to start his day.
How long has he been doing that?
Since I was a baby.
Okay. Where was he getting all that stuff?
He did shop at GNC a lot, but that was only for his supplements. And then he used to brag all the time about him getting his steroids from Mexico. I wouldn't necessarily say brag, but he would always say it was from Mexico.
What did he get from Mexico? Do you know?
I don't know the name of the steroid, but it was definitely an anabolic.
Do you ever see a bottle of it?
There's a white box that would come, and I never touched it or anything.
Was there anything on the box that suggested that it was not for human consumption?
I never really read it,
Okay.
to be honest.
Okay. Weren't you concerned that your dad was taking some stuff from Mexico?
I asked him for some when I was little, because I asked him what it did, and he said to make you strong. And I said, can I have some then? And he said, no, maybe when you're older. And with my lack of knowledge, with the knowledge I have now of it, yes, for sure. But my lack of knowledge back then, no, I was not scared. I figured that everything that he did, he was in control of. And I felt like he was always, I don't know, I just always felt safe around him, everything that he did.
Did he talk to you in the hospital in 2018 when he was there?
I would like to say yes.
Do you remember a conversation that he had with you and I believe your sister about kind of being very pessimistic about life and his life and the existence in this world? What was he saying?
Can't give you the answer on that.
Okay. Okay. Your father was, his profession was an IT man? Is that what
Yes,
his
sir.
profession was?
Yes, sir.
What did it mean to you?
I remember him doing several buildings, like wiring buildings and always working on computers and stuff. And I just figured he was just a regular guy.
Well, let me ask you this one more thing about this computer business. He was ordering those supplements from Mexico through what channels? Computer?
I would say computer.
Okay. Did you ever see anything that had the name Nootropics?
No.
Okay. All right. So he was an IT man, whatever that means, and he worked on computers a lot.
Yes, sir.
Around 2017, 2019, did he work for any company? Or did he have his own business?
I don't remember exactly when he got laid off from the workforce, but I know they started their business around that time.
They being your mom and your dad?
Yes, sir.
And what business was that?
Their contracting business.
They contracted with whom?
Federal government.
And you remember that?
Yes.
Who was working on the contracts?
My dad.
Was there ever a time when your father was working on the contracts and your mom was reading a book?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about it.
My dad and my mom were laying in the room in bed together, and I was in there. I was young, and I was laying in between them, and my mom was watching a movie while she had a book in her hand. And my dad was on his computer, and he was going through contracts, and you could just see thousands of dollars on the contracts. And I asked him what they were, and that was the day that he found a 50 cal contract that I helped him with. And yeah, it just kept going from there. He just never got off. Even we were in the hunting stand and he was still on his computer working on contracts.
And your mom was watching a movie?
Yes, sir.
She didn't have anything to do with that contract, did she?
No, sir.
All right. Was your father somewhat secretive about his business?
Very.
Obviously wouldn't discuss it with a 13-year-old or 10-year-old on the business level of the MBA and his associates, but what did he tell you about his business?
That the business had to be a woman-owned business so they could get more contracts. And
why is that?
I don't remember exactly what he said about it, but it was always that they could get better contracts of it being a woman-owned business. Okay. Her owning 51%, him owning 49%.
And that's what he owned as a minority?
Yes, sir.
Shareholder, or was just a corporation, or was it partnership? What was it?
I think we all know who wore the pants in the situation. He definitely ran it way more than she did.
Your father was a dominant figure.
Of course.
Was he a dominant figure in the life of the marriage, or just generally speaking, he was a dominating character?
Both.
Both. By the way, was there ever a time when he took Natalie's phone?
Yes.
Why is that? Well, was he? Well, let me strike this. Was he a controlling man?
Very.
Tell the jury about it.
My mom was at work. She used to work at Access Health down towards where's that place? I don't remember the exact location, but she used to work at Access Health, and she had a coworker that hit on her, and my dad pulled up, and he either had a baseball bat or something. Not my dad, the guy that hit on my mom, and yeah, he took that baseball bat from him and handled business. And there's several occasions that are like that, and he would always check her phone. It's just him just being crazy.
Well, was he a jealous man?
Very.
He
wanted what was his.
Was he also controlling in terms of checking the computers, checking the phones?
Yes. He would monitor my phone. He'd monitor everybody's phone in our house.
Okay.
Everybody's.
So some of the messages that were played here earlier were at the time of August. Do you remember when he took my client's phone?
Not the exact date, no.
Okay.
It was multiple times that he had her phone.
Did he ever use her cell phone?
I'm sure.
Now, your mother was obviously working as a pharmacist at one point, right?
Yes, sir.
It was a full-time job, right?
Yes, sir.
And she was raising the two of you, that is you and your sister.
Yes, sir.
Who was running the house in terms of cooking meals, cleaning, doing all of these things?
My mom.
What was your father doing at that time?
He was always either with Chris Davis or doing something. He's just
Business?
Yeah. They were always at our airport hangar a lot.
Okay.
Those two were.
Who owned that airport hangar?
We owned an airport hangar. It was a big airport hangar, and then I can't remember if we had two airport hangars. We had one big one and one small one, or Chris owned two.
Okay.
It was either one of them. He owned one.
Did you guys have a helicopter?
I know we had a plane in there, but we didn't have a helicopter. No, I don't think.
Well, looks like you guys around 2018, 17, 18, 19 led a pretty good life.
Yes, sir.
You guys had a helicopter, hangar. You could fly, well, you had a plane.
Anywhere.
You could fly whenever you wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Had a couple of motorcycles, right?
Yes, sir.
You were too young to ride them, right?
No, sir.
No. A couple of cars.
Yes, sir.
In fact, more than one car. What did you guys have?
I remember them buying. We had two Yukons, one white one and one gray, or a silver color, and we ended up giving the white one, I think, to Jennifer Davis. It was either the white one or the silver one to one of them, and he had his GMC truck and his Shelby Cobra, which was.
You wanted to drive that, didn't you?
I wanted that car. Yes.
You wanted it.
Yes, sir.
It was an expensive car. It was an antique.
Yes, sir.
All right. How about the houses, homes? How many did you guys have?
We had our house on 4H Lake Road, and then we had he ended up buying a house for Chris Davis's aunt. I think it was her aunt, or somehow they're related, and rented it out to her, and renovated it, and the hangars.
How about boats?
Boats. We had two boats. We had a brand new wave boat before the year even started. I think it was like a brand new 2020 boat or something like that.
Do you remember going to a boat sale with your parents?
Yes, sir.
Didn't your father buy 3 of them?
I didn't know that he bought 3 of them, but I know that he had 2.
Oh, yeah, maybe about 2. Okay. But he bought them.
Yes, sir.
All right. You went to good schools, right?
Yes, sir.
Private schools?
No, sir.
No, you went to public schools?
Yes, sir.
You had everything that the kids could desire.
Yes, sir.
Materially.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Took some nice vacations.
Wonderful vacations.
Where'd you go?
Hawaii. We go to New York all the time with the Davises.
New York City?
Yes, sir.
Not a cheap place. All right. Okay, where else did you go?
We'd go to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, that place. We went and saw a couple college World Series baseball games in Omaha. And
Well, how about a place called Paris, France?
Paris, yeah, we went to Paris, France. Been to a few
Beaches?
places. Ocracoke Island. We've been to a few beaches. Yes.
Who paid for all of this?
He did.
Your dad?
Yes.
And who did you go with? Your just the entire family, or
The
did you
entire
take-
family and the Davises.
And your father footed the bill for everybody.
Maybe not for the Davises so much, but our family, of course, yes. He took care of us. He most definitely bought their dinner a good bit.
Your father was a generous person, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
Happy when he had plenty of cash on hand.
That was when he was happy.
And he had plenty of money to spend, right?
Yes, sir.
Except that this money came from the investors. Isn't that true? Do you know anything about that?
I don't.
Was there a time when anybody invested in their business? Do you know?
Not that I can completely remember now.
Okay. Okay. On February the 6th, when your father collapsed, you were in school, right?
Yes, sir.
When you returned home, who was at that location?
I know my mom was there. I can't remember if, what's her name? The Hamiltons were there, and I think Thomas was there.
Okay.
Thomas was there.
Did your mother appear to be concerned about your father?
Of course.
And in fact, she went into the vehicle that took him to the hospital, right? Leaving you and your sister with the Treadways, right? When your father went to the hospital that day.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. And she was holding his hand as they were leaving, right?
Yes. Crying.
Crying.
Yes.
After your father's death, what was your mother like?
I feel like she was very strong.
She still did her
For
did her
taking
business.
care. For
She
taking-
still did her business. True.
Yes, sir.
Was she broken-hearted because of the death of her husband?
Very. We all were.
If I may have a second, Your Honor.
Certainly.
These are all the questions I have of this witness, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, cross-examination, Ms. Akert.
I just have a couple questions for you.
Go ahead.
That works.
In your lifetime, did you ever see your mom give your dad medication? Not Motrin or anything like that?
No, no.
Okay. And you testified that he injected what you called his anabolics, right?
Yes.
Did you ever watch him do that?
When I was little.
And if there was testimony here today that he was taking what you're referring to as anabolics orally, would you call that false?
No, he had droppers too.
Okay. Did your parents share finances when your dad was around?
I object to the form of the question. The word share is very...
Perhaps you could rephrase, Ms. Akert.
Trying to figure out how to rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay.
Are you aware if they spent money out of the same accounts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or I'm sure that he just bought it for. Used his own money.
Would it surprise you to know that both of their names were on a number of accounts?
Could you repeat that again?
Would it surprise you to know that both of their names were on several different bank accounts?
No, not really.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect Mr. Victor.
I do not have a redirect examination, Your Honor.
Very well. Any reason to hold this young man?
With the admonitions of the appearance on the camera and whatnot.
All right.
I do not. He can be excused.
All right. Let me explain to you. I have made certain that your face is not shown on camera or on screen. You can step down and you are released. However, if you choose to sit in the courtroom, your face will probably be portrayed on camera. And I'm just giving you that admonition that you can do as you will and as you wish. But you may step down now and you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
And Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
Certainly. Members of the jury, I have good news and bad news, I suppose, and I don't know how you'll take this. In any trial, you have scheduling difficulties, especially when you have expert witnesses, because experts are extremely busy, and we do everything that we can to accommodate their schedules. And I ask you, certainly do not take this out on them, because they do the best they can, and we do the best we can in terms of scheduling. The situation is such that the defense has no further witnesses to present right now, so we can come back tomorrow. The expert witnesses lined up for the defense, and we have 2 or perhaps 3 of them, are not available until Monday. And rather than to piecemeal this thing and have you come in tomorrow and maybe hear a little bit of testimony and then come back and start again on Monday, I'm going to give you the day off tomorrow. We won't work tomorrow. And you should anticipate that we will have a full day on Monday, certainly with experts and maybe with other testimony as well. Now, the good news is we're winding down this case. You can see that we're making progress, and I think that I can tell you with some affirmation that we'll be finished Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. So this is not going to drag on for 4 weeks or longer, as we thought at the outset. We're cutting down and streamlining the process so that we can get this to you and get this case resolved as soon as possible. But the upshot of the matter is we don't have anything further to present to you today, so you'll get to go home and watch Jennifer Hudson or Dr. Phil on TV this afternoon. And you don't have to come back tomorrow with the understanding that you'll be here Monday and Tuesday and perhaps Wednesday of next week. This is a very dangerous time, and you see how much effort we've put into this case, and the attorneys have all worked very hard, and we have done everything possible to get this case ready for you. Please do not endanger the process by talking to folks over the weekend. Maybe some of you will go back to work tomorrow, and your co-workers will attack you. They'll want to know what's going on. People have been watching this on TV. They've been seeing it on the news and reading about it in the newspaper, and so they will come up to you and they'll want to find out the juicy details of the case, and they'll want inside information. Please refrain from talking to these folks, and with your relatives and with your friends, who will all accost you and want to know about the case. And you can certainly put the blame on me. You can tell them that I'm a hateful old judge, and that you're afraid of what I might do, and that I have warned you and threatened you, and that you just can't take the chance of going to jail. You don't have to worry necessarily about going to jail, but you can say that if you wish, to get people off your back so that you don't have to put up with folks hounding you for information. Please do not read anything online. Don't do any research. Refrain from talking to anyone, receiving any information of any kind, so that when you come back Monday, we'll have things lined out for you, and we can proceed. I don't anticipate that next week we'll have any difficulties. I think we can have the process flow better than it has, and we can present the case to you until its finality. Okay? Nobody's throwing tomatoes at me, so I'm happy with that. And again, I'm sorry we couldn't get more accomplished today and tomorrow, but that's just the way it is, and I ask you not to hold it against me and certainly not against the attorneys, because we're doing the very best that we can. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you go. I'll have a treat for you on Monday. I haven't decided what it is, so it'll be a surprise. And that will encourage you to come back. You'll have to find out what it is. So plan on being here at 9 o'clock. The case is not over, obviously. We have much more to hear and see. So come back Monday, be in your jury room a little bit before 9, and we'll try to start promptly, and we will work through hard and get this matter concluded. Okay? All right. I'm glad to see smiling faces. Very well. You can go with the bailiff now and have a wonderful weekend. All right, I think we're all disappointed that we can't go farther today and tomorrow, but it is what it is, and we have to live with the schedule that we have. Is there anything further that we need to place on the record or discuss before we close out until Monday?
That's from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and have a good weekend. Court is in recess. All right, so we're done with live trials, and we'll probably, not probably, we'll pick up on Henry Segura. We'll go pick up on him because why not, right? Why not? But in the meantime, I will see Super Bowl stretch across my papers. Let's recap what we just saw. As long as our internet is somewhat okay, we'll keep going, right? Yes, we can go watch. We're going to go watch. We're going to pick back up on Henry Segura. So let me just see. What did we just? Let me just recap. We just saw. We just heard from the son, who is a juvenile. He's 17 at this time.
His initials are MAC, Mac. He had a good relationship with his dad. He was a baseball, football coach. They also went shooting and hunting together. They always did stuff together. Dad was very athletic, cared about his physical appearance. He did a couple of Tough Mudder contests, Tough Mudders. He did powerlifting in high school. He appeared perfectly healthy on the outside. So back in 2017, Mac was 9 or 10. And we found out how Dad had the back surgery. So he was lifting a light pole and he messed up his back because he wanted to do everything by himself. Did he like going to the hospital? He said, no, not at all. He said Dad didn't like doctors, so we've heard that over and over and over again. He said after he got sick in 2018, he said everything changed. He said Dad kept forgetting stuff all the time. He got aggressive to everyone. What was he forgetting? Things that he had planned or had to do. He would leave stuff at the house all the time. Mac talked about the cabinet filled with supplements and pills. He said he got every bottle down and made his protein shake. Take a handful, chug his drink, take another handful, chug his drink. Now that's different than what daughter said, Nicole. She said he would go over to the sink and drink water, but whatever, that's not a big deal. All right, thank you. Aaron has scheduled Segura, so we'll do a redirect for you guys there. Let's see. Where was I? Let's see. He's been doing that since he was a baby. He said Dad shopped at GNC for supplements. He got the rest from Mexico. He said Dad got laid off at workforce and knows Mom. He did know that Mom and Dad started a business at that time. That it was a contracting business with the feds. Talks about when he was in bed with his mom and dad. He was laying in between them. He was a kid. Dad was on the computer, and he said he saw thousands and thousands of dollars going through, like he was on, I guess, bidding on contracts, or he was looking at something, and he said he just saw thousands of dollars on the computer. Mom was reading a book. She was watching a movie. She was not involved. She was not involved. It was Dad that was involved. He said even when they were on a hunting stand, Dad was still working on the contracts. He said Dad was secretive about the business, but he said Dad definitely ran the business and Dad was dominant. He said, of course. Don't mess with Dad, it sounds like. There was one time a guy hit on his mom and he showed up with a baseball bat and Dad came over and took it from him, and Dad was a controlling and jealous guy. He monitored everybody's phone in the house. He said his dad and Chris were always at the airport hangar that they owned. They had 2 boats. They went to a boat sale. He didn't know he bought 3 boats. He went to a good private school, took wonderful vacations. Dad paid for it all. Happy when Dad had cash in hand. Nothing too spectacular happened. All we really heard was about the lifting of the back. Never saw Mom give meds. Oh, the anabolics. Yeah, so he saw him inject it once. So, son was not really too spectacular as far as bombshells. Well, thank you, Dream Landry. We need that today. Thank you so much. Jenny says, I want to see receipts from those roids from Mexico. I agree. I know, Fala, but she was found guilty. I know, right? Right? Fala says, unrelated question, does Erin sit beside you or in another room? Usually she'll sit very close to me. Now she's in another room because it's chilly in the office. It's 66 degrees. I got to turn a fire on soon. But she's got a computer set up here, but she's in the living room right now. Widespread panic. Yeah, I don't buy that he controlled the business. I think she was very much in charge of the financials. I think that's pretty much, isn't that established? That she was the money person, I thought. Baca, thank you so much. Day 6, objections total. Defense only had 1. 1 overruled, 3 sustained, so that's 4. Prosecution, 0 objections. Wow. Jenny asked, will the jury know she was found guilty of that case? Probably not. No, I think that we knew that from the beginning. It's too prejudicial. I don't think we'll Well, no, wait a minute. They've been talking about the entire time, and Victor's been objecting all the time, saying that that's the federal case. This is that's the federal case. Yep. Turn the fire on for your lady. Yes. You want to go? You gonna go jump over there? Here, Super Ball. Come here. Come on. Come sit. Come here. Kitty time. She's considering jumping on the... Go on. Come here. She's thinking about it. Got a nice little pillow, nice little spot here for you. You can do it. Yep. She's thinking about it. All right. I think you. All right. Audrey Melandry, I am so glad that you found this channel. Yay. Yes. Father, fix my throne, human. And then she just sits there. Yeah, Jenny, that's not going to happen. I can just tell you that right now. Look at I've gotten bombed. Oh, and here she comes. Sure, why not? Come here. Get me some more. Let's see. I want to pull up. Where's there? Yes, Trial Junkies United. Objection. Schultz is rewriting history. I didn't like that he just led the entire time. I mean, he was just testifying. It's like, Victor, just get up and just testify at this point. I mean, he just was the entire today, the entire time was just him leading the witnesses, like left and right. It was just like, but I guess if the prosecution wanted to object, they would object. So, Case one, yes, sounds like they lived high on the hog. It did. I agree, for sure. Only fan, the tough question for me is, would you testify favorably if Dad was gone and Mom is going to be locked up? Right? And Cat, it's human. Follow. Wait, there are clothes without fur on them? Those exist? Yep. Yes, okay, let's get to the Ashley Benefield. Okay, the judge is going to take it on advisement. So Ashley Benefield she's been convicted. She faces, I think, up to 30 years. She faces up to 30 years. Hey, come here, you. Okay. Dude. And then she hisses at me. I'm just trying to make you comfortable. So she faces up to 30 years, I believe, and she is appealing her case, so she wants to be out on bail. So that was what the whole thing was today. The judge is going to take it on advisement, and I met that one woman, Jenna, I think her name was, Jenna Martin, the woman who was very religious, very outspoken, very gregarious. So when I was down there for Ashley's sentencing with Jules, I was on the outside of the courtroom, Jules is on the inside, and I'm streaming, right? And this woman comes out, and we just get to talking. And so I'm like, so whose side are you on? And she's like, oh, I'm Ashley's side. And she's like, I can tell you stories about Doug. Like he was into Blackstone, and he was into all this like deep, dark, government stuff. And I'm like, oh, really? And she's like, oh, yeah, I could tell you all kinds of stories, but I'm not going to, of course, And then she started talking about, have you found Jesus? She almost did a Sarah Boone on me, and so we got to talking a little bit about that. But she what you saw on the stand from Jenna Martin, I think that was her name. What you saw on the stand was what she is like in real person. She is definitely outspoken, definitely out there. But Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting that my conversation with her. Let's see. That's a good question, Jenny. Has anyone ever been out on bail waiting for an appeal? I think. Well, the defense referenced Dooley. I have it in my notes, but I don't have them in front of me. They referenced one that this guy, I guess he shot somebody coming into his house, and he thought he was an intruder, but he wasn't, and he lost the appeal and he turned himself in. Yeah, I think that's what they were talking about. So it's only happened once. That's what they were referencing. So widespread panic. But did she know Doug personally, or is this just hearsay? I'm trying to think if she knew him. I think she knew him because she knew Ashley back in 2016. So I think she knew Doug. Pretty sure. Objection for disrupting the queen. I know. So did I find Jesus or find Jesus? I find him for sure. Durst, was Durst really? Was Robert Durst out on and then you bite me. I'm trying to help you. Why you bite me? And then she hisses at me. Serious? You're stuck on me. Cats. Jenny says, I've heard people say I didn't know he was lost when asked that question. I know. Widespread panic. I'm a Christian, but that's not something you bring up these days just the moment you meet someone. Well, it depends on how enthusiastic you are. Let's just put it that way. Tom R. 33. I was very disappointed at how that case turned out. I believe the jury got too emotional. Lots of gossip going around. Oh, is Florida PI Sam with us? Oh, must be related. Yeah. Yes, must be related to Henry. All right. So let's end here. They're going to take off tomorrow, as you heard, for West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. So we are going to pick up on, we're going to do a complete and go pick up on Henry Segura. So let's go do that. I got to wrap my head around that again. All right. We're going to portal you guys over. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate your support. Thank you to Aaron, who sets up all the stuff on the back end. Thank you to our mods, OnlyFan, Therapist Julie, Brat, Widespread Panic, and Hellcat. Thank you guys. We will see. We're going to portal you guys over now to Henry Segura. This will be 3 cases in one day. Oh my God, my head. All right, guys. We'll see you later. Let's see. See you in a little bit.